Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 2 of the hackathon. I'm here to talk to you about a really cool innovation known as Aventiva green latrine, which is a low-cost, sustainable sanitation solution for rural settlements. Are you tired of emptying your pit latrine? Can you really believe that this is what we are stuck with? Collapsed pits, abandoned pits. Is this really sustainable? I am actually here to assure you that indeed no, we are not stuck with the pit latrine. I'm here to introduce to you an innovation known as a green latrine, which is actually a one-time investment for rural populations that actually will last. So, what really is our innovation? My name is Edwin Marita, a sanitation engineer, and this is how I'm going to take you through my presentation. I will introduce you to the innovation, take you through the routes to market, our proposal to WKSP, and why you should invest in us. Meet this miracle grass. Vetiver grass, found all over Kenya. Among some of its uses is it can be converted into briquettes for cooking, used for thatching. It also provides an essential oil and can be used for craft production. And in farming, it actually has nutritive value similar to napier grass, which makes it an alternative feed. Now, if you take a look at the roots, where all this magic happens, once fully propagated, this grass can actually grow. The roots can grow up to 3 meters long, forming a real dense network. What this means is it can be used for soil stabilization, erosion control, groundwater retention, and of particular interest to actually all of us here is what it can do to your polluted waters. The grass itself is able to remove your contaminants and actually can tolerate high levels of this. Other applications is it can be used in cases of drought, and now that we're talking about climate change, the grass can be used for carbon sequestration. This means removing your atmospheric carbon dioxide and converting it to other useful forms for the plant. So, what really is our innovation? The Vetiver green latrine is a low-cost, sustainable, and simple sanitation solution that replaces the need to have a pit. Again, I will repeat this: low-cost, sustainable, and simple, and replaces the need to have a pit. It uses the Vetiver plant's potential to remediate your water, allowing for safe containment and treatment of your wastewater from your toilet. There are 2 versions of this latrine. One, a basic drop for settings with limited water, and a pour flash design for settings where water is available. I know what's going through your mind is, how does this work? So, there are actually 3 salient features of this innovation. We do have a saddle pan that prevents insects and smell, a containment system that safely contains your wastewater, and the leachate flows into your vetiver bed, where the vetiver is able to polish it, producing an effluent which can be safely disposed into your ground without risk of contaminating your groundwater. So, next slide, please. So, what makes this innovation really suitable for rural settlements of Western Kenya? So if you take a look at some of the existing solutions in the market, the pit latrine is the most basic form, and it will cost you about 30 to 70,000, and a user will incur about 6,000 every 6 to 12 months to actually empty it. A VIP latrine comes close. It will cost you about 70 to 150,000, and you will also incur about 6,000 every 6 to 12 months to empty it. A septic tank will cost you about 150,000 to 250,000, and you will actually incur 4,000 every 3 years to dislodge it. Our solution, the Vetiva latrine, will cost you 40,000 for the pore flush design and 35,000 for the basic prop design. And you will actually incur no expense except regular dislodging, which can be done by a household. Second reason is that there's actually better effluent treatment when using this system. Take a look at that picture we have there. That is actually a sample of the wastewater coming from one of the pilot sites we have here in Kenya, specifically in Busia. We have done a couple of analyses and actually can assert that we can achieve more than 80% reduction of these wastewater parameters, BOD, COD, and pathogens in form of total coliforms. The third reason is there's actually resource recovery on site, and users can actually be able to generate value on site. Like I had mentioned, Vetiva has a lot of uses. In rural populations, its application really is, it can be used as an alternative feed because it has nutritive value similar to napier grass, and also it can be used for thatching in case you want to do your roof, and also for craft production. The fourth reason is there's actually an environmental sustainability aspect when you adopt this system. I will make reference to a study that was done in Kampala that found that 50% of the greenhouse gas emissions in the town are as a result of pit latrines. With this system, the grass is able to sequester the carbon, and also because we do not allow the wastewater to sit inside your pit, we prevent anaerobic digestion, which actually is the main contributor to methane production. And really, who wouldn't like a green space? So what has been our traction to date? We have a couple of pilots we have installed here in Kenya, and I will make reference to one that we have here in Busia. It has been in operation for more than 1.5 years, serving 5 to 10 people daily. We have recorded no maintenance issues except regular dislodging. There is absolutely no issue of smell, and we have recorded clean effluent being discharged to the environment. So, what is our routes to market? In the next phases of development, we are seeking to raise 12.5 million for phase 1, which will involve product streamlining and testing and establishing of a green latrine network. For phase 2, we seek to raise an additional 30 million to bring this innovation to market at scale. So I know you will ask, for phase 1, really, what are we asking for? So we are seeking to establish this green latrine, which will be an umbrella body that will actually be managing these local production hubs in the counties of Kisii, Homa Bay, Kisumu, and Busia. Through these local production hubs, we will be able to train the local artisans at their level, and through collective impact, we can actually leverage on carbon credits. With this network, we will seek to raise an additional 2.5 million of funding that will be made accessible to the fundis. And through the collaborative network of learning, we will be able to exchange ideas, do capacity building, leading to more creation of jobs. So, what brings us here? I am here to ask WKSP for 10 million Kenya shillings, which will be match funded with an additional 2.5 million from us to complete phase 1 of these activities. We will be targeting rural households and institutions. These are households with 5 to 10 users and institutions with 100 to 1,500 users. How will they pay? Through this network, we will be linking them to credit services, offering flexible payment period of up to 2 years. A household will be able to contribute as low as 1,500 every month to actually afford such a system. We plan to work with partners who are already active in this field, the likes of Finnish Mondial, local utilities like Kiwasco, local artisans, and the likes of Sato. And through these local production hubs, fundis will be able to access training, equipment, tools, and funding to further their work. If you look at the timeline for phase 1, we are looking to raise 12.5 million. 5 million will be used for training and workshops, 2.5 for lobbying and partnerships, 2.5 million for branding and marketing, and the rest 2.5 for subsidy and market stimulation. At the end of month 3, we anticipate to have done the market assessment, engaged local partners, mapped the local artisans, and developed the training framework. By the end of month 6, we anticipate to have trained at least 2 fundis, and this is high quality fundis, identified the local production and growth sites, made available at least 1 million Kenya shillings of funding, and have secured at least financial and development partners, with at least 20 vetiver latrines already in the market. By the end of year 1, that is at the end of the 12-month period, we should have developed these local growth sites, made available 2.5 million, and at least have 100 latrines already in the market. So, what should you expect at the end of phase 1? So at the end of phase 1, which will come to an end sometime in 2024, we anticipate that the network will already have been formed to lobby and support these fundis. Through the local production sites, we will be offering incubation, mentoring, and facilitation to the fundis. And through the 2.5 million Kenya shillings of funding available, we will do some bit of demand activation and market stimulation, creating at least 40 jobs directly and building at least 400 toilets in these 4 targeted counties, meaning at least 3,000 people will now be accessing safe sanitation facilities that will actually last them a lifetime. For phase 2, which is planned to take in 2025, we anticipate to have at least launched this product at scale and come up with an associated financial package to ease cost of sales to customers expanded to the rest of the 4 other counties, directly created at least 100 jobs and constructed at least 500 toilets across these other 8 counties. So why would you invest in us? So as Opero, we have been active in the sanitation sector for more than 5 years, with a physical presence actually here in Kisumu. We have a really strong team with technical and business expertise who have more than 10 years of experience, and we have very strong links to financial institutions, and we have very strong internal controls and have the ability to manage these funds appropriately. We pride ourselves in a diverse team that is based here in Western Kenya, from environmental scientists, business development managers, engineers, safety and NEMA officers. We wouldn't be here if we don't really believe in the strength of this innovation. To date, we have won at least 3 global awards, with the most recent being the King of Thailand Vetiver Award, where the King of Thailand actually appreciated this as one of the most promising low-cost latrines for rural settlements. Now, really, what is needed is more investment to bring this to scale. Finally, you wouldn't be able to sell something if users don't love it. Take a look at this video. It's not audible enough. So, as they continue to sort this, so this is an interview of one of the users who actually has this latrine in Busia. And he has actually reported that he loves the innovation. There are no maintenance issues, no smell, and no maintenance issues. Now, what my appeal is to you is, let's join hands and put a
So thank you very much for the presentation. We have 10 minutes to go. Do you have questions from the judges? Okay, I think from our end we have 2. This product has been tested in Busia, and what is not coming out for me is what is the role of the county governments in all this?
In addition to that, kindly speak to how inclusive the technology is. And then on the same note, you indicated there would be need for market assessment. I was wondering why market assessment when there is already a pilot in Busia.
Good morning and thank you. I think from this desk, you've repeatedly mentioned about regular dislodging, but you've not given us a concrete period or frequency, say looking at a household of 5 probably, so then we can have an idea. And then the other issue is can you confirm or clarify the cost per unit? I think you've mentioned some numbers. Yeah, the cost of setting up. And then lastly, you mentioned about in the budget breakdown an element for subsidy. The project WKSP in its approach is market-based sanitation. We would not probably be very keen on disrupting the market systems as they are. So probably how sustainable is the subsidy and what are the exits avenues that probably you have thought through? Thank you.
So you can take those questions.
Okay, thank you for the questions. So I will answer the first on the role of the county government in this. We are all aware that sanitation has now been moved to counties, actually now mandated to provide this safe sanitation to their residents. Now, in order to provide this, you need actually to do this, take a collaborative approach, because the county itself cannot do this. So we will need to do public-private partnerships in order for you to be able to actually provide this safe sanitation for all. Now, through this green latrine network, we anticipate to actually work hand in hand with the private and the public sector, get them to the table so that at least we start looking at how do we collaborate and how do we actually stimulate the market so that at the end of the day, everyone is actually happy. People are able to access safe sanitation facilities, the private sector is actually in business, and the county residents are able to actually access safe sanitation facilities. For the question on market assessment, so part of this work is to really understand what is currently there in these counties. We will need to have at least mapped who are the fundis, how are they working, where do they get their product, so that at least we can be able to develop this training framework and really get to understand what is their problem and how do they work and how do we go about being able to create this safe access to sanitation. Some bit of clarification on the costs. I had mentioned there are 2 versions of this latrine. One will cost you 40,000. This is for settings with at least water available. And this is a pour flush design. No dislodging, no cost is expected in terms of emptying. For dislodging, a household will require to at least do regular maintenance. And this will be dependent on the number of users and usage. With the pilot in Busia, we do the dislodging about every 6 months. Because what happens is the containment system, we've been able to design it in such a way that the first container, all that fecal sludge, most of it will be actually deposited there. The leachate will continue flowing to the bed, and this will be a continual process every day. So no need to actually contain the water. How sustainable is this? Like I had mentioned, 2.5 million will go to subsidy and market stimulation. So for these fundis, like I had mentioned, there are actually 3 salient features of this innovation. the SATO, we believe if we can be able to greatly reduce this price through either a form of subsidy or actually using this network and taking advantage of the economies of scale, we can be able to get this product at a much lower price so that these fundis are able to access some of these products that they use for their work at a relatively cheaper price, which will now trickle down to the consumer. Any other question, perhaps? Something that is not really clear? Inclusivity.
Oh, you had... Hello?
Yes, sir.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. The issue of inclusivity needs to be clear from your point of view. But also the second question is relating to the area of major concern, and this is the informal settlements and the slum areas. You recognize that 60% of the population will be in urban areas, not rural settlements, in the next 10, 15 years. So what is the adaptability to cover that cohort of population? Thank you.
So for phase one, there are actually two main outcomes we anticipate to actually achieve. One is some bit of product testing and actually further developing and coming up with a design that can be very much applicable to all settings. Remember, what really is our innovation is the gracia. So the rest we actually very much open to, through this network, to continuously learn and improve on the design. At the moment, this solution takes about 4 square meters of space. That is including the structure and the back end. Meaning in areas where there's actually a lot of settlement, we might need to actually tweak it a bit so that it can be able to be applicable. But what I can really guarantee you is that we will be able to actually completely get rid of a pit latrine, and this is certainly a way better solution than what is currently there in these informal settlements. And you'll get an option of now having a lot of green spaces in your informal settlements.
Thank you. Just a clarification. You've mentioned that you have received 2 awards previously. Could you just speak a bit in terms of like the first award you received? Did you have any monetary reward? And how was that utilized? And for the second one, was there also any cash reward to that?
Yeah, so this innovation was actually born about 2 years ago through a collaboration with Finnish Mondial that was actually seeking for solutions that are low costs. Among some of the problems they had identified is lack of sanitation coverage in rural population is actually due to lack of innovations on cost reductions. So for this award, there was the monetary award was we got a chance to actually actualize this innovation. With the second award, which was recent, we got a monetary award of $2,500 US. And what we are planning to do this is iterate on the design to make it much more improved and also set a couple of more pilots to be able to learn and bring this to scale.
So for the past 1.5 years, it's been piloting and testing whether it can actually work? Is that the reason why you have not scaled this, given that you are partnering with Finnish, who are also promoting low-cost or affordable sanitation technologies? Could that be the reason why probably this has not been scaled up?
Yeah, so for Finnish, this innovation really still belongs to us, yeah? So the role of Finnish was really to believe in that idea and get that uptake. And through our collaboration, we were able to set up a couple of pilots. Finnish still installs such once in a while, but really what is needed now is some bit of investment to now do phase one of these activities.
So thank you very much. That has been an interesting session. We can clap for them as I welcome my second colleague.
Yes, good morning and a warm welcome for those who are still joining us. So as you have realized that the presentations are in alphabetical order. So there's no particular order in terms of who presented first and who will present last, but you follow the alphabetical order to give everyone an advantage. So the next team is a team from Sanevi, please. Can take to the floor. So Sanevi is a Kenyan-based social enterprise which was founded in 2021 and is focused on wash and environmental sectors. Sanevi specializes in technical, social, economic, financial, and institutional challenges of sanitation and water resources projects. And the team will have three gentlemen. I'm sure they are setting up. We need to see their faces as they set up. So we have Lincoln Odea, who is a director and FSM specialist with over 8 years experience in research and programmed management in water sector. Then we have got Lucas Fori. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing the name well. So Lucas Fori is operational director at Amalolo. So they'll tell us the relationship between Amalolo and Sanevi, and has been specializing in product development within sanitation and sanitation industry for the past 15 years. Then lastly, in the team, we have Rocky Malebogo. Rocky is currently the business development manager at Amalolo and has been active in sanitation industry for the last 13 years, spearheading the business development arm of the company. So welcome, let's appreciate the team as they present. Take to the floor, 30 minutes, please.
Thanks, Wycliffe. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. How are you? Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning. My name is Lincoln. I'm here with my partners. I represent Sanevi. You've had our introduction. My partners here have come all the way from South Africa, and they represent Amalulu. And this morning we want to present to you this technology. They are the technology developers, and our interest is that we want to bring this technology into the Kenyan market, right? Now, yes, thank you. So where we're coming from is that we appreciate the challenges that we have that are facing household sanitation today in Kenya, and I think these are well beyond the affordability of the toilet itself. I think the challenges now go all the way to the recurrent O&M costs that households face. So the recurring cost of operation and maintenance of the sanitation facilities, such as pit latrines, I think they're a big burden to landlords and even homeowners that we have, especially in the Western Kenya side. And we think it's time now we embraced what we call disruptive technologies. What we mean here is households don't have to incur that cost of emptying and transport especially. I've done an assessment within the Lake Victoria Basin region. Even beyond the O&M costs, the exhausters that we have about 84 exhauster operators within the region, right? And 63 of them, they belong to the private operators. But beyond the challenge of O&M costs at the household level, even the vacuum truck operators themselves, they don't target pit latrines, for instance. So there's just so much illegal dumping. We want to take care of this issue. Normally, we have two types of sanitation. We have the one that produces fecal sludge, and then we can have one that is dry sanitation. This is how they compare, right? Where you have fecal sludge, water is needed. You have water there. Sometimes energy is needed. You have infrastructure needs there. You have transport, which I've mentioned, which is a big cost along the service chain. We have high capital expenditures. We have O&M related to transportation. We have dislodging of pits, and all those things. And then on the dry sanitation, it's quite different. Some systems can be waterless completely, or it can just require a little amount of water to operate. Most often, you don't need energy at all. You don't need transportation of the wastes, and then contributing to very low O&M. Obviously, because of the way the system works, you prevent sanitation-related diseases. There's reduction in health budgets all the way to the county, or even at the household level itself. We have increased school attendance, of course, contributing to health or attributed to health. It protects water resources, origin of sanitation, and the human body. We have a technology this morning, this one, that disrupts the sanitation technology, that disrupts the service chain. And we have a video here that we want to present to you. The one controlling the slides, if you go next, this video will play. It describes how this technology functions. So please pay attention.
while the sturdy structure and stainless steel door protects privacy and ensures safety, especially in the case of women and girls. Honolulu's goal is to provide a holistic and sustainable sanitation solution that is both affordable and able to meet global sanitation needs. Product that absolutely anyone, young or old, can use safely. Whether for school or even use, Honolulu exists to benefit provide a dignified sanitation solution. Honolulu, building healthy nations. For Senate.
Thank you very much. So, we can go to the next slide. So that's how the technology essentially functions, and this is not just a picture of just how that technology is. A lot of various components. If I the demand there, or the interest, but let's start that's how it works. Next slide. Yes. So the technology is very versatile, and as we tested during in schools, we would like it to contain more specific and see how we can apply it in the school context. I'm going to invite my colleague here to talk us through the operation and maintenance of this technology.
Good morning, everybody. Yeah, thank you. So as Lincoln mentioned and in our introductions, we are a company, we've been established for 37 years and have specifically been specializing in dry sanitation solutions for the past 23 years. And early on in our expedition as a company, we realized that we had to take a look at sanitation in a holistic manner. We're not a company that only produces a specific product or a component within the sanitation value chain, but we cover all aspects of the sanitation value chain. So whether it's research and development, manufacturing, distribution, construction, and ongoing operation and maintenance, we cover all those aspects to ensure sustainability. We developed a container-based and community-based approach where the operation and maintenance is done by the community for the community. We've been running these projects for the past 5 to 6 years now with great success. And I would also like, hopefully we don't have another technical glitch, but just play you a short video of what we have achieved in terms of operation and maintenance of our facilities.
Don't worry, we have a time and we'll compensate the minutes that have been lost on technology hitches, right? Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we can move on to the next slide. So whilst we were
Excuse-
busy with the rollout of this program, we identified a massive communication gap between the end users and the manufacturer or service providers. So we had to create an app and a way of communication for them to make contact with us if they have any issues or if they have any maintenance requests. And we also make use of this app as a platform to advocate health and hygiene and sanitation related issues. So the next one is also just a short video just to show you what the app is capable of. Yeah, thanks. So that's just some of the functionalities that the app is capable of. This is just to show an example. This is a maintenance report that's been generated on site, and then it's been converted into a PDF document. And these documents can always be provided to the client, funding client, or municipalities who's implementing these projects. So it creates a lot of transparency and good communication between the end user, the client, and the suppliers. Yeah, I think that's all from our side. Lincoln, I'll give it over to you. Sorry, I forgot about this slide. This is just Amalulu in numbers, just our track record as a company. So we've exported to over 9 countries. Most of these countries are neighboring countries to South Africa. 510 individuals. We've installed over 720,000 units over our years. We've got 12 product lines. So we also cover products for the physically disabled and other bigger structures as well. We've got 10 manufacturing plants and then 2 distribution centers in South Africa. Thanks.
Yep, so that's our presentation. Wycliffe, if we have time, you can replay for us the video on the technology itself. I think on slide 4.
Lincoln, you have 12 more minutes, yeah?
We have how many minutes?
12 more minutes.
Thanks very much. So we have the demo there. We'll invite the judges to come and see, but after we take your questions.
Okay, let's take the questions from the judges.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. My question is on the actual unit cost of the system and the cost of maintenance to the client. If you could provide clarity on that.
For the presentation, we have 3 questions. One, please describe more on the business model of this technology. And then now that this is a technology in South Africa, in any research done here in Kenya to find out acceptability of this technology, and are you importing the raw materials from South Africa, or you're only importing the technology? And then 3, at the household level, how sustainable is this at the household level? Bearing in mind that we also have organic manure, how much organic manure is produced at the household level, and is it safe for use in the gardens? Thank you.
Any further questions from the judges?
Thank you for your presentation. This is a follow-up to a question that has been posed. Kindly speak to us about the financing mechanism at the end-user interface. The financing mechanism at the end-user interface.
You got that? Okay. So you can take on those ones first.
Thank you for the questions. Maybe to start with the first one on the unit cost, O&M costs. So a complete sanitation facility, so the one that you see there, that will include the top structure with the door, all the accessories, the ventilation pipes, and the substructure with the sanitation facility inside. Delivered and installed, you're looking at $750 USD. That's the cost of the unit. And then on the O&M side, so based on our projects that we are currently running, it works out to about 25 cents USD per day per household. So that gives you a good indication of the cost of the operation and maintenance. And setting up an operation and maintenance facility is around $25,000 US. That facility can serve up to 1,000 households. So if you base that on 5 individuals per household, one center can service up to 5,000 individuals. And you only need 4 to 5 individuals to operate the sanitation center or the O&M center. The business model, so I don't know if most of you know, but sanitation is fully subsidized in South Africa. So we have a completely different business model in South Africa than the one in Kenya. I'll ask Lincoln to touch on the financing mechanisms of how we're looking at implementing our technology in Kenya. And then the fit for Kenya, we haven't done any pilot projects as yet, hence the reason why we've entered this hackathon as well. So that will be our first phase, is to kickstart a couple of pilot projects and to get user acceptance. But on user acceptance, we know there might be some cultural differences between Kenya and South Africa. But if you provide an aesthetically appealing product that provides privacy, safety, and dignity, and that's easy and safe to manage, user acceptance is normally very high. We have a very high user acceptance in South Africa. We're one of the leading companies. So we're sure we can overcome that challenge in Kenya as well. On the sustainability side and how much manure is generated and collected, so in the substructure below you can see there's a drop zone, and then after 4 months the team will visit the sanitation facility. They will just rake the drop zone to the back and leave the manure at the back to let it dry out for another 4 months. So every 4 months you will do a cycle of removing the dry organic waste. The actual substructure doesn't fill up completely. So on a 4-monthly cycle, you would remove between 10 and 12 kilograms of dry organic human waste. Maybe just on the test results quickly on the manure. So we test it regularly on a monthly basis. We test it at the center to ensure that it's free of pathogens and safe to use as a fertilizer. But we also say if people have some resistance to using it as a fertilizer, you can use it as a ground filler, or you can use it on your grass or your lawn. You don't have to use it as a fertilizer. We had some resistance in the beginning. Once we implemented the project, after 4 months, people started queuing up to get some fertilizers, so they really accepted the O&M process at the end. I think that's all. Thanks.
Yeah, and we definitely want to leverage on partnerships, especially with financial institutions, where the capital investments might be too high for some households, but we believe the pricing is within the range that the Kenyan market can actually afford in some sections. But where that's a bit too high, financial partnerships I think will come in with the approaches like end user financing to ensure that households, especially in the low income areas, are able to afford the technology. So that's what we are thinking about at the moment.
Lincoln, you have 3 minutes only, but there's one more question from the judges, please.
Yeah, my question is, we have Amalulu, we have Sanevi, and then if successful, WKSP will be on board. So what will be the role of WKSP in this, or what will these resources be used for?
Thanks, Rosaline. If I heard you correctly, you're asking about the role of WKSP in this. Definitely, we are here so that you fund us to implement this in Kenya for the 2 years at least. Yeah, so we are looking for the maximum investment actually. Yep. So some of the activities that we are thinking about is definitely we want to do a bit of demand activation because it's pretty new technology within this context of Kenya. So that will be one of the things that we want to kickstart with, and then we run a few pilots just to inspire confidence, which we know, but to inspire confidence within the consumers, so that they can so that they can have proof that this works. And then what I mentioned is we will do marketing as well, so that our products can be bought just directly like that. And then where the purchasing power doesn't allow, we are going to involve the end user. We're going to involve the partnerships with the financial institutions to support some end user approaches, and then yeah. So Sanevi is leading that because we are the one based in Kenya, and we will be leading a lot of distribution as well of the product. So I think that's where we are going to be working with the WKSP a lot, especially because we need. We are going also to lean on your insights. We know you've done things like training the artisanals for toilet constructions. We can leverage on that base that you've created, and also we will also lean on your insights on how, or especially maybe the target areas that you feel can take this up quickly, and things like that. So I think it will still be useful to us.
Yeah, thank you, Lincoln and Sanevi team. Time is up. So we may not have enough time for the demo, but I would just suggest that because also there could be others interested, maybe you can put it outside at the exit, maybe, and you can demonstrate maybe to somebody who wants to see how it works, right? So let's appreciate the Sanevi team. Thank you so much. I'll welcome Susan to give us the next team, please.
Thank you, Wycliffe. Our next team on stage is Sunnywise Technologies, SunnyWise Technologies, kindly come on stage. It's getting more interesting, as Wycliffe says, every day. They say, make hay while the sun shines. I say, make gold in sanitation. And also smile in your periods. Isn't it? Yes. Welcome on stage, SunnyWise Technologies. SunnyWise Technologies is a social enterprise that was born out of the experience and challenges faced by its founders in the low-income areas of Kisumu. Growing up in these communities, they witnessed firsthand the negative impacts of poor sanitation and recognized the urgent need for effective solutions. SunnyWise Technologies was established with a mission to seek sustainable and affordable sanitation solutions in the low-income areas. On stage, we have Benjamin Odhiambo. Benjamin is the CEO of SunnyWise, born and raised in the low-income areas of Nyalenda, with 6 years experience in water and sanitation field. We also have Vera Adhiambo, who is the corporate affairs lead, and she is a public health practitioner and by extension, a water and sanitation expert. Vera is specialized in research and program implementation. Vera and Benjamin are co-founders. We also have Brian Odoch, who is the accountant of SunnyWise Technologies. Welcome on stage, SunnyWise Technologies, with a round of applause. SunnyWise, your time starts now.
Sunwise is a registered social enterprise operating within the informal settlement of Kisumu. We are a group of youth professionals that were born and raised in the various informal settlements of Kisumu. Like for me, I was born in Manyata. And we had experienced first-hand challenges associated with the poor sanitation, ranging from low access to the toilet. You can't access it at night, and as a lady, it's so unsafe sometimes. So based on that, as we progress in our career lines, we decided to come together, 6 youths from these various informal settlements, and we formed the company with an aim of providing affordable and developing affordable, cost-effective solution that would address these challenges that we had experienced. And that one is the genesis of the Sunwise technologies. And Sunwise, it's not just a company that was started the other day. We've seen the impact. And I'm so happy to say that we've been recognized as the best toilet of the year by the viewers, the Women in Water. And also we had gotten an award from the GNU, the UNICEF Generation Unlimited. It was a global award. We were the second runners-up. And it was a really tight competition. So that one is an encouraging that Sunwise is doing a great job in the sanitation space. So the existing problem in the sanitation sector, with the focus that there is rapid urbanization in Kenya, globally and also in Kenya, and it's focused that this population is urbanizing in the informal settlement. And there is a lot of sanitation challenges that are experienced in this area. As you can see at these pictures, you'll realize that 70% of this population, they are using, we call it boracho. Either the superstructure is not really built in a way that to provide privacy, and the containment, maybe sometime you realize they are allowing spillage and it's not containing the fecal sludge as it required. And there is a lot of solid waste disposal in our site. And right now, it's focused that there is large population using on-site sanitation technologies, and they're not performing well to address the sanitation needs of this population. Ranging, some of the challenges that are experienced today when in the sanitation space include high fill rate of the toilet, and remember it's the majorly used sanitation system in the informal settlements. Another one, lack of privacy of most of the units. Another one, there is a breakdown in the sanitation service chain. It's very rare to find a toilet that is covering the entire service chain from containment to the reuse or the safe disposal within the informal settlement. And another thing, the geographic area we are within Kisumu, there is high water table. And the type of toilet, which is the pit that is common, it's not really functioning well. And some of them are unlined, meaning that there is a lot of groundwater contamination from this our toilet. And the increasing also plastic menace in the area also is an issue in the in the fecal management within the area. As we always say, sanitation is not a competition. There is a gap for everyone to step in and address this challenge, because as we see, there is a need for globally about 40 billion needs their sanitation to be improved. So we can't fail to recognize the existing solution in the market today. The container-based sanitation options, there is subscription toilets where people are allowed to pay in installments, the conventional system. But unfortunately, we realize as per now, we only have 18% sewer connection. And in the informal settlement, most of the time, you realize they are located in the lowlands area, whereby the gravity-supported sewer system cannot really support them fully. And there are social enterprises, there is a communal block that it is directly and customized from end user sanitation needs larvae, I'll explain it later, and also the organic. And how does this unit operate? Just as it has been displayed on the video. This is a urine diverted dry toilet. When the user gets into this unit, what happens is separation of urine and the fecal matter. The fecal matter gets collected in a tray-like structure that's just behind the superstructure. So when we get there, we seal that container with the black soda larvae. Why black soda larvae is the technique for conversion of this into manure? With black soda larvae, there is odorless toilet. Because black soda is a unique kind of non-pest insect that is able, whose larvae is able to eat any organic matter and prevent fermentation. So once fermentation has been prevented, there is no odor at all. And another one, the black soda is one technology that is able to rapidly reduce the mass of fecal produce. For instance, a research we did with 14, with our prototype, with 14 users for 14 days. We'll say approximately, we always estimate that a person, I don't want to say a normal person, a person produces 500 grams of fecal matter a day. We realized that after 14 days, we were able to weigh 15 kgs of manure. So even if you can do your a little arithmetic, it's very true that this kind of technology really reduces the fecal matter, a very negligible volume that can be easily be transported, and even it's not now a fecal matter, it's a manure now. Another thing, BSF has the ability to remove hazardous material from the waste, presence of bad metals and also zinc. So it's a good technology and a promising technology when it comes to fecal sludge management. Advantages of this toilet. One, it's ecologically friendly because it's made up of plastic, recycled plastic, and this one will help us close the tap. Two, it is giving us safe space for women and girls to use it because if you can see, it's user friendly. Number three, there is also flexible payment model. As our target is in the informal settlement, how are we going to pay this toilet? For you to own this toilet, on cash basis, you are paying 15,355 for a cash basis person. But being that we are targeting the informal settlement, whereby they can't be able to raise this amount. From our experience, you see, they can't be able to raise this amount at once. So we've given them a very flexible kind of payment model, whereby you pay a deposit of 4,500 and a monthly installment of 550. In this 550, it's not how much you give us at the end of the month, a whole lump sum of 550, no. You can give us your arrangement of payment. You can decide to pay it on a weekly basis, kidogo kidogo, until you are able to meet that 550 at the end of the month. And also, we don't give a time frame for you to pay because this toilet is a resource-based one. Our target is the larval biomass. Apart from selling the toilet, the larval biomass is the current product that most people need in the market. This black soda larvae, it's needed for feeds formulation, it's needed for piggeries. Farmers really need it. So even the flow is okay. So we are targeting that the larval biomass and also the organic fertilizer. So the payment mode is flexible. Once we've issued you with the toilet, what you always do is just come and collect the larval after every 14 days as we swap. Because the nature of this technology, after every 14 days, we swap it to a new larvae to help in the digestion. Sorry. Another thing about it, another advantage, is that we guarantee ownership. Most of the subscription option, you pay for a lifetime. You see, you don't even feel like you are owning this toilet. We're not sure. And even we can really reflect back during the pandemic what happened. Most of the subscription, they were targeting the informal settlements. And that was a very bad experience. I don't want to mention anybody, but you realize that they reclaim back their toilet. You see that? And that one was a threat to the sanitation space at that time. So being that we give you the ownership and we give you a space, a flexible model for you to pay this toilet, it's a guarantee of continuous use. And revenue sources include the level biomass that we sell, organic manure, BSF, and the selling of the units. So I'll wait now.
Thank you. Let me explain now the next slide, where what you're looking at in terms of projections for 2020. So within the first year of partnering with WKSP, we look at, we are projecting at installing about 136 units of these toilets. These are people who we anticipate that we buy on cash basis. And that we project that it will increase by about 20% for the next 3 years. Then the number of people who will we project that will buy by subscription, that is what Vera mentioned, paying the 4,500 deposit and the subscription, monthly subscription. We project at having about 2,786 from the first year. That one also we project to increase by about 20%. Then the other source of revenue that we were looking at was the BSF levy and the manure, where that one we are looking at about an average of 176 tons on year one. That's directly proportional to the amount of waste estimated to produce in each toilet. And that with the increase in year 2 and year 3 will be on the same rate, 20%. And also the manure will be at around 147 tons on year one, increasing on the same rate. Yeah. So what we seek here is initial funding of 30 million, which will direct towards and we will also use 45% for that require equipment for compressing the tools for making these ones, and also for the installation of this toilet. And as a waste management system, there's a lot of movement. You will see they will be moving the manure and all that. There will be transport and maintenance that will go into it. So that we estimate will take up about 15% of these. And the last bit will be on the overhead. So with that, I say thank you and welcome your questions.
Thank you. Judges, we have 10 minutes to go for questions. Okay, let's start with the Judge Collins.
Mine is just, first and foremost, thank you. I just wanted to get your idea around the BSF, the lava biomass aspect. And I'm only keen on, do you buy, do you pick for free? So basically the model, the business model in terms of what does it benefit the user? And then how is it economical for both parties? And then whether, of course, then you go ahead to process the lava, or then is there a third party that probably takes off the lava? Thanks.
My question is out of curiosity. What happens when someone does not pay the full cost of the toilet and you've already installed? How do you recover your money?
The third question, I hope you're taking the questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Mine, I would want to understand, what is your current customer base? When did you begin this business? Yeah.
slightly related to that question is on the potential market size in the region. Potential market size in the region, and whether you are considering a financial partner to be able to underwrite the cost of the product. And it would also be important to speak to whether you have gotten to the stage where you are commercializing the technology, or you are still at a different stage.
Commercialization. Have you begun commercialization of your technology? My question is, when you need to be able to change the levy of each and every unit that you have already installed? Thank you. Kindly respond to the questions.
Thank you for the question. So I'll take the first question about the BSF biomass, whether we pick them or there's a third party involved. So currently, what we are using is involving the third party. We don't produce them. So we get the neonites from a third party, use them to seed the existing toilets at the moment. But part of this, we are looking at having that facility where we produce the neonites. It's part of the setup that we'll do. And about the benefit to now the end user, there is two ways to it. One, this end user will not have to worry at all for all the lifetime of the toilet about emptying and maintenance, because as Vera had mentioned earlier, the main sustainability aspect of Sunnywise's toilet comes from the end product, that is the BSF and the manure that comes from it. Because over time, the existing technologies of selling the toilet itself has proven to be very difficult to sustain itself. So you have to find alternative sustainability factors that come from the toilet. So that is what we are focusing on. And it also helps us address the issue of defaulters. Remember, we are trying to provide as flexible payment terms as possible, where there's a fixed amount that we are looking at about 550 per month. So this one, the client is able to adjust whether their incomes as a high income rate, sometimes there is nothing. So we try to negotiate with them and see their most favorable payment terms to reduce the level of default. But either way, to keep our company operational, these toilets has to be in use, focusing majorly on now the BSF and the manure, but try to encourage them as much as possible to keep paying. But if, in the case of impossibility, remember it's made of, this toilet is made from panels. It's something that can be detached and moved. It's a design, it's a design that can be detached and moved. And the current customer base, yesterday there was a very interesting topic, statistic about the demographic distribution of people around Kisumu. The majority was said, that is Kisumu and Western region mostly, majority was said to be around the rural setups. And if you look at their lifestyle, these are people who majorly depend on farming as well. So if you are giving a sanitation solution, yeah, they will see value for money if they get more from the toilet, which normally right now they just go and do their business there and get out. Now, if you can offer them more to this toilet than what they currently have, that is a market that we are looking into expanding very widely into it. That is the rural population. Then there's the urban population, the peri-urban, especially where we come from. Because as earlier mentioned, this is a toilet developed from our own experience, plus people we interact with on a daily basis in our day-to-day life. Because even this morning, that's where we came from, Nyalenda. I come from Nyalenda. So we have two sets of customer base, which is the urban low-income areas and the rural setups, depending on the design that they require. So the next question, I think I'll pass it over to.
Thank you, Vin.
the question on when will we know that a toilet needs swapping? Yeah, we are basing our timing on the maturity of the larvae. We always see larvae at 10 days old larvae on those toilets. And it takes 20 days for a larvae to mature to that level we want. So that's why depending on the number of users, it will dictate the volume of larvae being fed on that container and also the container size for collection. So as per now, we are collecting after every 14 days. Because at that 14 days, we were sure the larval biomass that had been loaded inside that toilet as bio-digested these waste, and it's now ready for removal and replacement again.
Just to add on the first question.
Just 2 more minutes.
Just to add on the first question, we are targeting to benefit from the larvae that is produced by the toilet and the manure. So that's why we are doing all the maintenance and collection and everything for the customer, for the end user. So for the end user, we are providing a cheaper way of making the payment. That's how both parties enjoy. You enjoy the cheap method of paying for the toilet, as we enjoy from the product that comes from your toilet.
I don't know.
So very briefly, how many toilets have you sold?
Yeah?
How many toilets have you sold?
We are in our initial stages, so far we have 3 operational toilets at the moment. Yeah. So, and with that, I'll use that to answer the final question on tracking system. So with these ones, we've been able to learn from experience that BSF basically needs about 20 days to fully break down. So this one, we've reduced it to about 14 days, where that day that you are swapping, probably somebody has used the toilet. So you need additional time for it to break down the additional matter. So that's why we done that on 14 days. It's from experience that of what we have currently that we are using to track and monitor when to swap.
Thank you. Thank you, Sunwise Technologies. I'll give this now to Bill to introduce the next presenter.
Thank you so much, Susan. Thank you so much, Susan, for this. Thank you so much, Susan, for that. We go to the next team. As we go to the next team, I would like to remind us that our gig as yesterday plays today. When you feel you want to bring up your sugars, we have tea served on the back, and we continue with the program. As of this morning, I also want to recognize the presence of the First Ladies who are here with us. They were here with us yesterday. A round of applause for them who have taken the time to be with us. From Siaya County, from Bungoma County, Kakamega County, and Migori County. And of course, we have the chairperson from Nyamira County, chair for LREP region, under the First Ladies Forum. Thank you so much for joining us again today. Thank you very much. Highly appreciated. Thank you. Our next team is Soja-Fly Diverse. Allow me to introduce Soja-Fly Diverse Limited, a technology platform focused on decentralized organic waste management. They say that by upcycling organic waste into proteins for feed and manure or for crop production, then the Soja-Fly Diverse Limited promotes feed diversity, resolves food insecurity, and supports sustainable agriculture. Soja-Fly Diverse Limited are committed to removing technology and finance barriers to ensure equitable access for small-scale farmers and communities, and that way they are enhancing waste management practices and moving on to creating a more sustainable and prosperous future. The presenters are Oscar Omide, who is the Chief Commercial Officer with 20 years experience in operations and sales and 7 years in innovation, especially in lighting, biogas and sanitation. And of course, Kai has hands on a master's degree in renewable energy and a Bachelor of Science in electronic engineering. Together with them, I don't know whether it's Brian is here. All right, thank you. The Chief Executive Officer, who holds an MSc in Biotechnology and a BSc in Biochemistry, with 4 years in farming agriculture, and also a trainer with the GISA youth leader. Then, of course, they also have David Goya, who is the operations manager. David has 6 years experience in microfinance credit, operations management and sales. Once more, a big hand for Sonia Flyer as they come into the So now you have 5 minutes, kindly use 15 prudently for a presentation and 15 therefore we give it to the judges. Welcome.
Welcome everyone. Thank you for having us. We'll let that play and then we'll proceed. Okay. In Kenya, when you buy a plot or now you're starting your own home, the first thing you do as an infrastructure is what? A toilet. What kind of toilet do you build? A pit, a tree. They will say also, water is life. But the first thing you do is to build something and start contaminating the water. Okay? Now, but you're a middle income earner, so you know that for some time you build a flash toilet. Okay? Because right now, we all, if the common technologies that are known are either you have a flush toilet or you have a pit latrine. So in the end, you build a flush toilet, we've said water is life, and then you'll take clean water and also contaminate it. Okay? So what is the solution to this? We found this happening, most of us, and we have to look for a way of solving it. We are suggesting a new way of doing it with a toilet called WOW. WOW comes from my experience in Nakuru as I drive through the town. There's one place I always stop at Java, but then I know I'll go to West End Mall where some young people have taken up the cleaning of the toilet. And when you go to that toilet, I'm actually wowed because they give you something to clean the seat, okay, use the toilet, and there's no smell in it. Most public toilets actually stink, but that's the best toilet I ever used. From that, we thought, let's make something that will wow people so they can own it. So because there's no knowledge of the intermediate technologies, the new technologies, they're innovative. Because you only know of the pit latrine and the flush toilet, we say that 73% of the people in Kenya have no access to improved sanitation. Now, if we jump down, we're saying that 45% of the middle income earners or households also don't have, there are 45% middle income households in Kenya. Now, if you look at the top number, 73%, from 100, you remain with 27%. Now, if you assume that that 27% that has access to improved sanitation is the middle income households, and compared to 45%, it tells us that 18% of middle income households don't actually have access to improved sanitation. Now, we're also aware that the banks aren't willing to finance toilets. If I built a toilet for you and financed, and you defaulted, how do I recover my toilet? It's in concrete, okay? So we are proposing a new way of doing it, okay? And stack up the value proposition according to the stakeholders it will be addressing, okay? So vertically, we're talking about half the installation, okay? The toilet is off the shelf, it's financed, it's functional and beautiful, and it's standardized. This will help the customer journey with even building a pit latrine, because sometimes it's very difficult to work with the local masons who are scarce and have other works that are doing for other people. Now, across, you look at the financials, okay, that we have a knockdown kit that's financed, and you can be installed in 1 hour. So if you default, you can come and take back our toilet. And it also has a resale value. And you have to make it good for the user to use and have a good user experience.
Thank you. I'll take you through the next slides. The market size. Total available market, Western Kenya, we have 690,000 middle-income households in rural and peri-urban areas with no improved sanitation. Serviceable available market, 6 counties, 200,000 households. Serviceable obtainable market, we're looking at 2.5% of innovators and early adopters, which will translate to 19,000 wows in 5 years. The target market is the middle-income rural and peri-urban households, new building sites, urban to parent buys, professionals in rural areas. And how do we reach our target market? Through online marketing, strategic partners, for example, the county governments and the NGOs. We already have other key players in the market or examples of players in the market, but what we are looking at is very key, that is improved sanitation, decentralized fecal waste management, financing, and availability in the rural areas.
So we've heard of the UDTT, and it's been here for some time now, but it's not been working well. Because first of all, the model is the NGO model where you're given a toilet and the program is over, NGO is out of the space, and you're left with the toilet. But the user training is really the issue, because once you mix urine and fecal matter, then the stench, there are flies. And sometimes when someone is answering nature's call and they're not aware of the technology, they'll put the fecal matter in the urine space. And what will happen is that other people will abandon the toilet because nobody wants to go in a place that is dirty. So we are overcoming this by using a sitting UDTT, and it's just a double vault. So there'll be no democracy. Sorry, men, you'll have to sit whether you are doing the big one or the small one. Okay? So to do this, if you do that, then we avoid the idea of user abandonment because of misuse. Now, it's a composting toilet. So from the diagram you can see, you sit, urine is separated, it goes to a soakaway pit, and the fecal matter goes into a bag. Okay, the bag we are piloting with canvas, but the real product we made from geomembrane. And then use the toilet. In 6 months' time, okay, you swap the bag. And in the first picture, there'll just be a lever where you can move, okay, and move switch to the next bag. And it's dated. So 6 months, one bag, 6 months, the other bag. The other bag is actually continuing to dry and compost. After 1 year, you can remove the bag and use the manure for forestry. You can go. So we've said technology is urine diverting dry toilets, okay, 2 chambers, okay, or vaults or bags, okay, it's a knockdown kit. Now there'll be a solar electronic voice reminder to remind you that this is a sitting toilet. When you go there and you open the door, it will tell you this is a sitting toilet, kindly take a seat and do your thing. Okay, there are no stench. I have a pilot at my place. I had to use one to fill it. I have a pilot. And for sure, there's no stench and there's no flies. For the manure for crops, we'll know after the 1 year use. We used it for 5 months now. Now there'll be other cases where you need to consider black cotton soil, but our consideration is to have something that is almost similar to, looks like a pit latrine, where you can just walk in because other UDTs are raised up, and that becomes a challenge for older people or disabled. So we are testing. This is the front of the toilet. There's a mirror, okay. There's a sanitizer in it, the corner where they're written wow. There's tissue. We are testing also newspapers. If someone wants to use newspaper, you can try. We've had a challenge with that. So when we are iterating, we will actually make the drop a bigger pipe. So that's behind of the toilet. It's just a bag, and which can be removed. What bugs us as users? Not that 5 out of 5 of the users in the homestead are using the toilet. However, there are some challenges they have. Sobra Kivumbi asked me, just after you'd installed, which is my niece, what happens if someone has diarrhea? It means the toilet will be dirty. I didn't have an answer that time, but I have one now. I'll talk about it later. So there's a visiting mason who said he could not use it because he didn't see water. So he assumed it's for Hachere. Hachere is the old lady that abused my mom. So he assumed it's for the comfort of the old lady because there's no water. And I've noted also, people come to visit. My sister could not use the toilet. However, there's no tank. It becomes a challenge to them. And you're answering a nature's call. What they do, they run to the pit latrine that's still open for people to use. Okay, my mom, who is a child nurse, she says it's comfortable to use and the process is clean. But she says to be ideal if the pipe was direct to allow flow. A small technical challenge because you are adopting someone else's product to use. So now we'll also drop the product, the pedestal, and make our own customized seat. We can move on. What bugs me as the designer? When it was new, it was looking quite nice on the new one. But today, because of using ash to sterilize, it looks like what's on the other side. A toilet should not look like that. It should be cleaner, okay? And then because you're adopting something from the market, I found it challenging to maintain the toilet because there's no way you can maintain the toilet without removing the whole seat. So, enter the new iteration. Wow, solar flash, solar air flash. We'll use solar and air, okay, to flush the toilet and the lower part to remove any debris that's remaining there, okay? When you put in solar now, things becomes very exciting because then we can put in electronics to check whether the bag is full and reduce our operational costs. The air cleaning is available on the market. There are the compressors for cars, okay? We can use one for inflating tires. We can take one and modify, so we can use it to flush the toilet. Not very expensive, so we don't expect it to be too expensive for the end users.
Our approach to market. One is demonstration of the product to the potential customer. Two is the financing plan, where we involve the financing partner together with the customer. We expect the customer to make the first deposit before we proceed to installation. So step 3 is where we'll install the toilet, and we also do user training during that time. Then 4, there is monitoring and again training. And monitoring, we'll do it in 2 phases. The first phase is done 2 weeks after the installation. Basically, what we're going to do is to understand whether the users are using the toilet correctly. And then phase 2 of monitoring is done 12 months after the installation is done. Basically, because there will be changing of the bags after every 6 months, and there will be an allowance for the organic manure to be ready. So we will be also educating the users on how they can use the end product, which is the organic manure.
How can we grow? Okay. We have solved a problem for the biogas toilets because water is usually a problem, even for poor flush. I've worked with biogas sanitation, and another challenge. If you don't control water, you cannot get biogas from a biogas toilet. We can move to BSF, never filling toilets. We were talking about menstrual cycle solutions, but we'll hold that for now. We saw good solutions yesterday, and we'll be working with partners to work with that. We can go to organic manure sales where you upscale the manure that you got from the customer in order to sell as a manure. And I was thinking, if you have air, surely in workshop we use air to dry ourselves if oil or water spill on your clothes. We should not be spending so much money on towels and water for towels. I'm thinking in future we're using air to dry ourselves after taking a shower. Geographically, we start with Western Kenya, then we can go to Kenya and East Africa. A revenue model, the pricing for the WOW is $520 US. It's a cost plus markup type of pricing. And for the WOW SAF, which is solar air flash, is $1,000 US. And that will be value pricing. So the WOW prototype is under test. We've learned more things about it. And now we're ready to move into the next step and have MVP to take the market. We're looking at installing 25 units by the end of 2024. And then we'll go into prototype for the wow surf. And we hope that by end of 2024, we'll have installed 30 units of the same. And in expansion by 2025, you're looking at 1,000 units. We have impact, SDG number 3, design and clean sanitation. We are protecting our groundwater, SDG number 6. We estimate that you've replaced all the toilets in Western Kenya, at least to create 290 new jobs for youth and women. Use of solar and air in sanitation is not really spoken about. We intend to use this as innovation. And then for the climate, you're looking at sequestering about 340,000 tons per year of waste into manure. Our partners, Opero, thank you. They are our consulting partner, and also intend to take us into incubation. Elprod Services will be our initial financing partner, whom we'll work with. They have experience in financing, and we hope that we'll make a difference with them. Thank you. We're ready for questions.
Thank you so much. We have 14 minutes for question and answer session. Once it's ready.
Okay, so I just wanted to understand the 520 USD for the whole facility, or what is the cost? What are you going to do? 520? Number one, and then number two, someone is asking aspect of menstrual hygiene waste.
Okay.
Thank you very much. For me, I like to understand. I really like to confuse that approach solutions that is already appropriate in place, but there's certain areas that you say that you intend to do the air compressors, the certain aspects that you intend to incorporate into the project. So which stage are you at with this particular innovation? Is it at the ideation stage? And discuss technically so that you know what exists in reality and probably the next steps.
Okay. So I'll take those questions. Okay.
It's not clear to us how much money you're asking for Western Kenya, how much it is. Secondly, the partnership with the microfinance institution, we are talking about efforts. Can you tell us the peak expenses for different settings?
We need the assistance of the slides, please. This is the chart. In the meantime, I can answer the question was on. So $520 for now is a full service package. It's an installation package. It has VAT in it. It has the 2 monetary visits. We're factoring a small markup of 20%, but also the pricing we've done, the costing we've done right now is on the prototype. So we have a prototype in place, and we put in the costs as they were in making the prototype. But we expect to make a better margin as we improve on our efficiency. Menstrual hygiene, the best we can do for now, we've not done much on it. We just put there the collection point and hope to work with the county government or local community health workers to help us to take it to disposal sites. go down. Okay, there you go. This will answer the question. Now, we have the prototype in place for the past 5 months, on which we've learned several things. For example, middle-income users are shunning it because there's no tank on it, and therefore we have to move to give an answer to that question. Okay? And this prototype, we think that we only have a small amount of data from the family. So we think that if we improve it a bit, and then distribute to more people so we can get more insights on whether it's really a product can be used by other segments of the market. Now, for the time being, to answer on segments of the market, we're targeting only middle-income households in the region. We're not looking for a different market because we feel that they can afford the toilet. So in terms of the ask, we're asking for $19,000 for the WOW. Is for marketing and training, and then install 25 toilets for the proof of concept. And then the WOW staff, we're going to prototype it, and we're asking for $2,000 for that.
There's an aspect you mentioned of standardization. So there's some research that you have undertaken in terms of quality control checks on this particular product. And my next question, sort of you have answered it by saying that you are directly targeting the middle income because you feel they can't afford.
Yes.
Do you think there is any need to conduct a market assessment to understand your target population?
Yes. For the market assessment, we will need to do it. We need to do it, and that will finance from our pockets. It will not be a very big one, but at least we will do a market survey to understand that demographic and what they really value. Apart from the fact that it should be a flush toilet. Financing partners. So ticket size. One family, 520,000 shillings. 520,000 shillings, but the family, household, has to pay a deposit, not yet discussed, because we have understood that if you don't make people start paying, most likely they will not pay. If you don't put that culture or cadence of paying, most likely you struggle getting money from them because they feel like it's free. So the family or household has to pay a deposit before we proceed and install. So financing, initial financing also comes from part of the household finances.
I don't see any answer on the yes. And I guess, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Who will you do the next welcome?
Our next thing is the Real West area. We can clap for them. So our Real West area is a branch of the Maendeleo organization in Kenya, and the branch is registered as a community based organization under the Ministry of Social Development. We have 100 members, and it was registered in 2004. So our presenters are one, Umi Maloba, So Umi is a great female leader who has capacity to understand, recognize, and connect emotions, which also connects her feelings 42. Our second presenter is Dr. Linda Ouma. Dr. Linda Ouma is a PhD holder in chemistry and a life member of the Webuye West Maendeleo, Yawanawake CBO. She's also a chemistry lecturer at Kibabii University. Our third presenter is Dr. Peter N. Hakina. Dr. Peter N. Hakina is a PhD holder in structural engineering, and he is currently a lecturer at Kibabii University in the renewable energy section. So, team, you have 30 minutes to present, and we suggest that you use the first 15 for presentation or any demonstration that you may have, and the other 15 minutes for the judges.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The introduction part has been done. So go to the next slide. Now, ours is on sanitary pads and diapers. And you can see we have put there this, a sample of the sanitary pad, the layers. So the composition is of both sanitary pads and diapers, which is actually similar. And they consist of mainly 3 layers. And the most difficult layer that everybody here has been talking about is the lower layer, which is actually polythene, which cannot decompose. But the 2 first layers are able to decompose. Let's go to the next one. Those are samples of the first one is the sanitary pad, and then the next one is the Pampers. And you can see when they absorb, they normally swell. So there's some moisture in them. Now, objectives of our project, number 1, production of cooking gas from hydrothermal gasification of used sanitary pads and diapers. One of us will be able to explain further. And then number 2, safe collection of disposal of used sanitary pads and diapers to protect the environment. Number 3, we want to increase the uptake of sanitary pads and diapers in all households, whether in urban or rural areas. Number 4, sensitization and training on safe use and disposal of sanitary towels or sanitary pads and diapers. And then number 5, we want to create employment of youth, women, and persons living with disabilities. Now, we have shown here some ways of disposal. These are the toilets. Normally, they're normally thrown in the toilets, and of course, they block. Next. And then normally they're disposed everywhere. That is a hole has been dug, and they're normally disposed there. Of course, they're harmful chemicals into the surrounding soil, which can then seep into the groundwater or other surrounding water sources, and also the ecosystem. And then you can see they're thrown everywhere. Next. This is also another way of disposal. Sometimes they are burnt, and then the lower one is incineration. That is normally done in hospitals. I'll now hand over to one of our next person.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So what we are proposing to do here is to come up with a solution to this problem, the problem of the disposal of used sanitary napkins and diapers. So how do we intend to do that? We intend to produce gas out of it. We perform what we term as hydrothermal gasification, and the result of that hydrothermal gasification is to give us cooking gas in form of methane, which we then clean and convert into cooking gas, and in turn releasing clean energy and, of course, minimizing the pollution in the environment. We all know that if we just ban the diapers and the sanitary napkins, we're going to end up with a lot of carbon dioxide emissions. And carbon dioxide emissions have really grown over the last few years. In 1950, the entire world produced about 6 billion metric tons of carbon dioxide. In 2022, last year, the emissions rose all the way to about 37.5 billion. So clearly, we are moving in the wrong direction. So we need to go back a notch. And the only way to do that is to try and minimize the carbon dioxide emissions, especially from incineration. So the hydrothermal gasification can either happen at low temperatures, medium temperatures, or high temperatures. By low temperatures, we mean temperatures up to 300 degrees, which is most of the burning that we do. At those temperatures, we're going to end up producing what we refer to as synthetic gas. Synthetic gas is a mixture of carbon monoxide and hydrogen. And due to the explosive nature of hydrogen, then the handling of this synthetic gas becomes complex. So we want to do hydrothermal gasification at temperatures between 300 and 550 degrees, at which point we are going to produce carbon dioxide and methane. The carbon dioxide is going to be cleaned and catalytically converted to methane as well, because we are still going to produce some hydrogen in the system. And this is the kind of setup that we intend to use. The hydrothermal gasification can be done in two ways, either through an updraft, which would be the one on your left, and then the one on the right, and then we have the downdraft on the left. Now, the updraft has just a little challenge in that it produces a lot more tar, and then handling the tar and breaking it down is going to require a lot of catalyst that makes the process more expensive. So we intend to use the downdraft, which is going to produce low tar content and produce more cleaner gas. And my colleague will take it from here. Proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Daktari. That is the downdraft model that we want to use to get our gas. And you'll see, I want to just mention about the ash. What will happen is that through this process, we shall have a very limited ash. But that ash is very good in the production of cement, especially what we call the pozzolana cement. So the ash from this process will be used to produce pozzolana cement. Next. Just to bring us to picture, to know that the gas we are proposing is very practical, I wanted just to talk about the biogas that we know and the Padiaba gas. We know very well that biogas comes from biodegradable material, and then you get what you call methane, and in that biogas, it has several other gases. There is methane, which is between 55 to 65%, and there is carbon dioxide from around 35% and other gases. But you can see, despite of all these other impurities, that gas burns, and we usually use it for cooking and other ways. We are now introducing Padiaba gas, which is still methane, but now produced chemically. It is not through the natural kind of decomposition that happens in biogas. We know very well that if you put these diapers or the sanitary pads in your digester in biogas, even if those microorganisms are so hungry, they will never even have the appetite for them because of the polyethylene part. And as my colleague said, the nature of behavior of the pads and diapers, that they swell. When they get any water, they swell, they didn't decompose. So you can never use them for the biogas production. But we are now using Padiaba. We know, after doing a lot of research, the only way we can dispose finally the pads is through either burning or gasification. Yesterday, we were talking about incinerators and all that which is burning, but our option is hydrothermal gasification. Next slide. We did some experiment of just burning. You can see there's a small video where we just burn plastics. And you'll find that as you burn plastic through gasification, it's not direct. You will see that there's a lot of gas that comes out, and you can see it can catch fire very easily. As my colleague says, hydrogen is produced when you burn those plastics. So we are trying to avoid hydrogen and try to avoid the syngas. Because when you burn plastics, or even when you burn directly the pads and others, you'll get syngas, which is very dangerous. because hydrogen can burn and can explode. So we are not going this, and we know syngas has been used to produce fuel and other things. We are not taking that direction. Our innovation is taking what we call hydrothermal gasification. Next. Now, this is how quickly we shall produce this. You have seen that diagram, which is the downdraft kind of production. So our gas will be produced in that first chamber. The second chamber will be a catalyst that will be produced to catalyze the gas produced. Then there's another chamber where we shall be using reactions to react so that it can be able to separate. Because we want to purify the gas, we want to have methane that is more purified than that of biogas. So we shall be removing, then finally there will be removal of the carbon dioxide so that we can just remain with even 90% methane. So you'll find that when we produce finally, you can see down there, there is a gas that will burn. Next. Now, we want to put that gas that is produced in gas cylinders. We know biogas, many times people just use the tubes and all that to store it or directly burning. But us, we want to have a substitute, like a case where we have the LPG, the gases that we use. So we shall be able to have a mechanism to package this gas so that we just the way we get the LPGs. Next. The activities we shall identify. I hope we can continue. We shall identify the stakeholders. We are targeting 10,000 households. That is homes. We are engaging them. After that, we shall be able to engage them. Then definitely there will be collection of the diapers and from those stakeholders. Then we shall sensitize. We know the stigma and many other things, but we need to train them and sensitize them. Then we shall produce and package that Patiaba gas. We shall market it, and we shall be able to monitor and see, and then finally we shall close the project when that time comes. About the budget, you can see what we are budgeting. We have land. As a group, we have land. So what we just need to do is now to build a structure where we shall put those machines. So land is already available with Maendeleo ya Wanawake. So we shall be able to construct the building. There's a budget for it. We shall need to purchase the production plant. There are consultant services because this is very scientific. Whatever we are doing is very scientific, so we shall engage our consultants in doing that. This capacity building, which we talked about, sensitizing people. There is purchase of now the sanitary pads. We know very well that the raw material for our plant is the sanitary pads and diapers. So for a start, we intend to purchase some so that we can be able to, first of all, the bins, where they will be depositing those used sanitary pads. We shall put them in the households. That's why we are purchasing 10,000 so that each household has a bin to put there. Next. Next slide. We want to purchase 30,000 packets of sanitary pads to donate as a beginning, which will now start forming our raw materials to start our production. Then, because we know as a pilot, we are covering the whole of Bungoma County, so we shall need a truck to be moving around to be able to collect those bins to bring in the manufacturing place. And we shall have a centralized place because the production needs to be really controlled and all that. So a truck will be getting that. Then there will be a secretariat. So a total budget of around 37,700,000 is what we are requesting for a start. Now our business model is that the equipment we want to purchase will be able to produce at least 600 kilograms of per year packed gas every day. And our kilogram, we want to sell it at 150 Kenya shillings. We know the LPG currently is going at around 250 shillings per kilo if we are purchasing those. But ours will be cheaper because the materials are cheaper. And that means in a day we can make 90,000. In a month, we shall make 2.7. In a year, we shall be able to make 32,400. So when you look at the first year, because we are asking for a grant of the 37, so meaning that we shall be making money, but just saving it for the first year. And this now will be carried forward to the second year, where we shall now be able to utilize 21, because you'll find that we shall have already built the structure and we shall have bought the machines. So we just have around 5 million for the maintenance. But other things, so we shall use around 21.3 million, and then produce, assuming that all the factors are constant, produce 32 again. So the third year, when we remove the expenditure, then we are sure that we shall have 43.5 million to continue with the project, which now will enable us to scale it places to other counties, because we are starting with Bungoma County, and we hope to cover when it has taken off with other counties. As I finish with the impact, what is the impact of our project? One, there will be increased uptake of pads, because now people are sure it will be safely disposed and all that. So it will increase the uptake. And the people will know, after being sensitized, that even if they are going through the process of menstrual cycle, whatever will come out will be productive. I know when I was doing engineering maths at the university, we had a lecturer who could tell us that if you find engineering maths is very difficult, go to hemoeconomics, where you eat your practicals. And I know one of the ladies went there and survived very well. So if people know that whatever they are going through is very productive, then they'll be motivated to get more and use them. So there'll be a higher uptake. And because this is the raw material we need for our plant, we shall be able to promote even the ATMs. Yesterday I was seeing our ATMs for the pads and all that. So we shall ensure we promote those so that we can have enough raw materials for that. There will be alternative cooking. We only have right now the LPG. Now we are having our PCG, another kind of gas, that because we know we need renewable energy. LPG is not renewable energy, but our PCB, which is the Padiaba cooking gas, will be renewable. Environmental sustainability, there will be reduced emission of carbon, because incinerators, as much as we have the chimneys up there, but they really affect the environment. You can see us, we are not allowing any dangerous gas to go to the environment. We are getting that gas and converting it to a better use. So that's why we shall have a very good in terms of environmental saving. There will be better waste management. We are sure that we shall not have dump sites after we scale up because apart from taking the sanitary and the diapers, we can also get other materials. And our project is taking whether plastic or not, because at temperatures of 300 degrees to 400 degrees, whether it is biodegradable or non-biodegradable, they will still produce the same results. So we are producing a solution that will handle the plastics. So even if we don't have enough raw materials in terms of sanitary, we have the plastics that we shall be able to grant. So there will be better use, and we shall have no dump sites, we shall have no plaquage of toilets, and many other things that you saw earlier on. Then finally, there will be employment creation. It is maendeleo ya wanawake, so we are sure, because when it comes to collection, these are the women who will be collecting, going to places collecting, we shall be employing people. The youth, they'll be going to collect, and even in the factory itself or the industrial production, there'll be people employed there. So we are really sure that we shall be able to handle and solve this issue of unemployment. Up to there, thank you very much. Next. Next.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that presentation. Could you please tell us what other role is maendeleo ya wanawake apart from just provision of the land? Is there any additional investments that will come from the group? Then number two, how much the gas is sold for?
I wanted you to
Yeah, maybe I can take those questions. One, what will be the role of maendeleo ya wanawake in terms of, just apart from providing land? I've said this project will involve collection of these pads, will involve the stakeholders' engagement, and these are the women who stay in the villages. So virtually, the work will be done by these women. They will be involved in terms of engaging the stakeholders and talking to them. And even in the production process, they'll be really engaged. So per se, this is a project for the women, and they'll be engaged because they've been doing so many things. We all know about maendeleo ya wanawake, how they sensitize the women, how they do many other things. So they'll really be, this is their project, so they'll really be involved. In terms of the cost, I had said it will be 150 shillings per kilo, and we are saying it's cheaper than what we are having right now, the LPG, which is 250 per kilo. Then the materials, we said we shall use competitive sourcing in terms of getting the materials. There are those that we can fabricate locally. There are those that we shall need to import, but the assembling, we shall do it ourselves. But there are different components because we have to do as per our design. We want to produce 600 kilograms per day, so definitely there will be the capacity that we need. So we shall be procuring, we shall be sending out to see people who can, if locally we have people who can produce what we want, then we shall do it locally. If it requires, but we shall do procurement through competitive sourcing of the materials for us to get. Then packaging, I said, there is we want to use the cylinders because I know the challenge with biogas has been packaging it to take to other places. But you'll see that there is a process of packaging through some moderate pressure. We liquefy the gas, then package it in gas cylinders. So we shall have to package it in gas cylinders so that you can sell it anywhere just the way the LPG gas that we have is sold. Certification is when we have at the idea stage, but we know we need to engage in NEMA, and that's why in our budget, you will see we are talking about the approvals and all that. We need to engage NEMA and talk to them. We shall also even need to engage the county government because this land is very close within the Bungoma town. So definitely we shall engage the county government, and I am happy we have the first lady here. So definitely she is now getting it and she'll be engaged. And we shall really engage that. As you also know, we are from Kibabi University. The three of us are from Kibabi University. Definitely we shall bring even the university on board as we move on. So it's a project that is really going to involve many other things, and we shall move on and get the certifications as required. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. What I have to ask is approximately how many have to produce a kg of gas 1%? And secondly, one of the things that you mentioned is for starting up you require about 10,000 pads. And the model of getting these pads was one, you need to donate so that you collect. And secondly, there was also a mention of the sanitary bins. And I'm wondering why would you need to collect when there's why we should collect when already we have a lot of wastes within the communities that we are representing. And certainly there is something that is not yet so clear yet. For the cylinders, we use the normal cylinders or specialized cylinders for the purposes of getting into the projects.
Maybe can I respond to that? We may forget some, so that because he has asked many. The first one I think was about 1 kilo. We know, we have not really calculated, but we know a sanitary pad may, if it's used may weigh maybe 100 to 200 grams or thereabouts. But the diaper, that one, if a child has used it properly or an elderly, may be almost close to a kilo. So we are assuming that in our production, for us to produce a kilo, we shall require 2 kilos of the material, because we know definitely there will be waste and compressing. So 2 kilos will give us almost 1 kilo. So if we can be able to get 2 kilos of that material, it can be able to give us 1 kilo of that. That is our approximation. I talked about 10 households. Households meaning in a home, and a home has several girls and several men and several, so in a home there are many people using the diapers. It's not only, we may be having even 5 people in that home. So as we are target 10,000 households, in the long run we shall be reaching even maybe 50,000 people. So the donation that is coming is for us to, is a startup, because we want people to uptake. You will find that in urban areas, we have a lot of this waste, but when you go to villages, you may not get this. So our target is also to reach the villages, and give people to start using. And you know, when somebody uses and he sees that everything is okay, then now later on, he or she will purchase it now. So it's like we're introducing this, that's why we want to donate at the beginning. But after that, because we know we may have the raw materials, no problem. But the purpose of donating is to start off to sensitize these people. There was the cylinders, as we say, is that we know LPG is using these cylinders, so we shall be using similar cylinders, but we shall be able to design them. Because as we produce, we shall look at the properties even of the gas, because we are now talking of methane gas, which is almost 90% methane. So we shall really compare the properties with the LPG and see, can these cylinders still serve us so that we can use them? So we shall be able to do the designing and come up with the cylinders that will work. Anything else? Yeah? All right. Maybe I hope I've answered most of the issues. Thank you. Yes.
Secondly, you're assuming, the technology is designed to take care of plastic material. And therefore you're assuming that all the diapers and the pads have plastic material. That escalates the cost of the technology. That assumption may be chocolate. That gasification required because of plastics is dependent on materials having plastics. But there is a case where you may have no plastics, more than you have plastics, and you have designed the technology with plastics. That is an overcost in terms of technology, and you may want to look at that. Thirdly, in the case of land, have we thought of partnering with the referral hospitals in the counties, so that there is a wider net of inputs for your classification? Thank you.
Let's take this from Judge Collins, then you can answer.
Yeah, so thank you. Actually, not necessarily that you must answer, but I was just looking at the return on investment, looking at how much you are asking, and how long that will take. Then lastly, what other gases will be emitted to the environment in the process, if any, and then how harmful that can be, or what are the mitigating aspects that you have thought about.
Maybe I'll give my colleague to handle.
Thank you for the questions. Maybe the plastics and the glasses because they are related. The material that we are bringing in, our raw material, consists of polyethylene, propylene, and biomass waste. By biomass, we mean the organic successfully employed in the degradation of biomass waste as well. So when you put in the used sanitary napkin together with the used diaper, all the material that is contained will be effectively turned or converted into the gases. And the gases that we're talking about here will be methane, hydrogen, carbon dioxide predominantly. But we are likely also to get some long-chain hydrocarbons, which through the process of catalytic cracking are possible to convert back into the shorter chains hydrocarbons, which are burn a lot easier.
Just to add on, I think our design is not for plastics, it's for both. That's why we are talking about hydrothermal. Hydrothermal means there's water, and we are using this. So our design, we are looking at the complete pad that has the other materials and all that. So it's not that we are looking at plastics. We're just taking care because we know plastic is part of it. Then the 2 kilograms, that one I understand, I agree, because we shall look at it. It was an assumption, so we shall look at it. And then hospitals and all that, because I know hospitals do incineration, so it's true, we shall partner. And even other collections like Rendokill and all that, we are coming up to give solutions even to Rendokill and hospitals, because they just burn them in incinerators. So we shall partner so that when they collect all that, they can now bring to us to be able to produce the gas. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let us
Thank you very much, Kareem. So we are almost there. One more presentation to go. And as I mentioned, we just followed the alphabetic order in terms of arranging the presentations. Yeah? So in no way we intend to leave someone maybe first priority or last advantage or so. No, with this very alphabetic order. That's why we have USAID Foundation to be able to complete this space for us. So duly notified that the director of USAID Foundation, who is called Kadisa Napoli, will be joining online. So if there are some questions, maybe she might fill them online and get them through. So USAID Foundation was founded in 2018, and it seeks to end the period poverty, shame and stigma associated with menstruations in Kenya. And since its inception, they been able to provide equal access to sustainable strong hygiene products. For example, usable sanitary pads that they have packaged to us with not as beauty boxes. Sorry, they call them beauty boxes. So we're getting more about the beauty boxes. So the team comprised of directors, now I mentioned, Kabida Napoli, joining online. Then on the stage, we have the program manager, who is called Joseph Makanda, who is in charge of program design, management, research, monitoring, and evaluation. The team also has Emily Mukanda. Juliet Emily Mukanda is a beauty ambassador, a facilitator, beauty trainer, and also leads a team of trainers who make the beauty boxes. They tell us more about the beauty boxes. And then lastly, the team also has Scholastica Kaire Wasira, who is also a beauty ambassador, a facilitator, and a lead trainer of trainers and garment designers for the USAID Beauty Foundation. So let's just appreciate the team as they come with us for this presentation, please.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that limits the thing for registration, the thing for question and answers. Right? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, First Ladies, Honorable Judges, fellow candidates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Thank you very much. We are the last presenters. We are honored to stand before you and to present our innovation as a affordable, sustainable, and environmentally friendly MHM products. To begin us off, we invite our founder to give us a short introductory presentation, and then I'll pick it up from there to walk with us through the innovation that we have for you today, hopefully for our family. Thank you.
I am on a mission to end food poverty, and no drop can stop me. Founded in 2018, Bazesha Beauty seeks to end food poverty, shame, and stigma for menstruators in Kenya. As a non-profit, Bazesha Beauty has provided beauty boxes to over 5,000 menstruators, empowering menstruators like Akili and Zawani to continue their education. Our main county of operations is Busia, a county with a poverty index of 82%, where menstruators are able to afford quality and sustainable period products. We have worked to provide access to reusable pads by training beauty ambassadors, such as Kwala and Julie, on how to make the pads. Having operated as a traditional nonprofit for over 2 years, we quickly realized that donations were not sustainable and saw the need to establish and strengthen local sanitation and NHN markets. Once we set up our manufacturing plants, the main challenges we faced were last mile distribution, lack of a well-maintained access point to fix location, and the distance and location of our manufacturing plant increased the cost of acquisition, making our products inaccessible to our users. We also noticed a general need for more education on immature relatable topics. Users also wanted the options to customize their beauty boxes based on their financial capacity at the time and only buy what they needed. Welcome to the beauty box. Our rebranded product will also house our mobile-based platform for our 3 customer segments. Rural menstruators with access to more technology, peri-urban menstruators with access to limited technology, and urban menstruators with access to technology. Our no-tech, low-tech, and high-tech solution will have 3 client interfaces: a card identifier for no-tech users, a USSD code and SMS service for low-tech users, and a mobile application in Android and iOS for high-tech users. The solution is based on 3 main pillars: purchase of products, awareness creation, and capacity building. Through the Binti package component of the solution, users will be able to order their intended menstrual hygiene products as per their specific needs. We will sell our Binti boxes and period panties at discounted prices, allowing users to build their own Binti boxes based on their financial capacity. While our focus is to increase the presence of our products, we also realize that expanding the range of products offered through the app will benefit the sustainable MHM movement. The increased choice for the various segments of women and girls in Busia will make them more aware of the various sustainable menstrual products available. We will provide a franchise platform for other companies to sell their products to achieve this. We'll partner with companies such as Salt and Ecobana to be the sole distributors of their menstrual cups and biodegradable single-use pads in Busia. The no-tech users will use their unique card identifier to order products from CHPs, who will deliver them to the household during routine visits. The low-tech users will use the USSD code at the cost of 10 shillings to order the products and collect them from the nearest county health facility. The high-tech users will complete a single or bulk order using the app and collect it from their nearest county health facility or Binti ambassador. To provide awareness on MHM and sexual reproductive health, we will use the mobile-based platform to teach users, CHVs, and school champions about MHM and its relatable topics. Through an inbuilt character called Binti, we will educate users using social behavior change communication content on the usage of reusable pads and cups, safe disposal of biodegradable pads, MHM in the menstrual cycle, sexual and reproductive health rights, sexual and gender-based violence, and referral to county health facilities and other community health support services. Binti will also assist in monitoring the use of the products and collecting feedback for quality improvement and user concerns. CHVs will conduct in-person education on the content for low-tech users during the routine visits to households and referrals to health facilities in case of any adverse health effects during their menstruation. The low-tech users will receive education through mass texting sent out weekly. Our high-tech users will have access to the content through different modules with links to further information through the app. Users can also use the Ask Doki component found in the app to speak to a healthcare representative. For low-tech users, simply sending a text message to our mass texting number with the words Doki will connect them to a healthcare professional. By giving them access to our educational material, we will capacitate CHVs and health facility focal persons for improved knowledge of MHM during household visits and health education sessions at the facility. The CHVs will be able to enroll and track households and collect data through their authenticated version of the app. We aim to have them use the app to make their household visits easier. By partnering with county health facilities as distribution centers, users will be more aware of MHM, SRHR, and SGBV services offered at the county health facilities, making their visits quicker and easier. The solution will address the issue of affordability in the following ways: significantly reduce the cost of acquisition of the MHM products, save time for women and girls to engage in more productive activities, and reduce the cost of training various MHM actors, as most will be onboarded onto the platform for continuous education on MHM and other related areas. The bulk of the cost of implementation will be incurred during setup. Will incur mobile and app development costs, production subsidization costs, and administrative costs. The cost of implementation incurred during setup will allow us to make the solution affordable to the users. Together, no drop can truly stop us.
Thank you very much. So quickly, I'd like to take us through our three market segments. We have the non-tech users, we have the low-tech users, and the last segment of our market is the high-tech users. So we want to go through with us the very first segment, which people who don't have any access to any mobile phone, they don't have any phone which you call kabambe or smartphone. They are found in rural areas, and those people, our demonstrators whom we are targeting, will be under the support of the CHP, and they'll have a user ID. They'll have a card identifier which will have a user ID, and this is how the card will look like. This is what we are developing. So this CHP will come visit the homestead of this user, visit the household head, talk to them on their routine visits, get information about their health needs, get information about their emission needs, and when they need the parts, they get the orders, and through the app that I'm going to demonstrate later. Thank you. Oh, combine both. Thank you. They'll supply the homestead on the household and the users with the pad. So this is the very first segment, and this is what we are going to use in our innovation, the card identifier with a serial number, which is a user ID for each particular client with a unique number. Thank you. Then the second segment will be composed of the low-tech users. These are users who have access to a phone, but which is not a smartphone, which in Kenya we call it kabambe phone, which is a USSD, which will have a USSD or SMS functions to order for the pads. So the users will just simply text *123*45# and then click OK. It will go to the next screen. The USSD code will run. Then the menu that will come, it will be to welcome the user to the binti box, and they'll want to know, will help you. Sorry, you've gone a little bit faster. Just go back. Yes. So it will have those four options. First option is, do you want to register? Do you want to sign up to binti box? Or do you want to order for a binti box? Do you want to manage or track your orders? And do you want to give us feedback? So, for example, this user, if you want to register or sign up, you choose option 1, you click OK, and then go to the next screen, which will appear. It will take you to the registration sign-up screen, and you'll be asked to enter your name. You'll put your name, and then you'll click OK, and then this screen will come up. Dear customer, your account has been successfully enabled. And then it will take you back to the main screen.
So back to the main screen, it will ask you what you want again. Remember, at the very first, they asked you about registration, but now this person wants now to order a binti box. He's chosen option number 2. So after choosing option number 2, just to give us an example, it will take you to the menu of ordering a binti box. So there are 4 options there. First option is sanitary pads or organic or tampons, and then baby diapers, and then wipes. Then this person wants sanitary pads, option number 1. It will take you to the screen. Do you want biodegradable, disposable sanitary pads, or do you want reusable sanitary pads, or do you want menstrual? So this person chooses on option 2, clicks OK. It takes you to the next screen. And then the reusable sanitary pads have the following options. We have a shield, if you just want a shield, if you want period panties, or if you want absorbent liners, or you want maybe those other options all the way to leak-proof bags. This person does not want all those, they just want absorbent liners, and then clicks option 3. Then option 3 will take you to a screen which will ask you to select a health facility within the county nearest to your residence. We have made it possible for our clients to have access to these products within their nearest health facility, so it's easier for them to access them. So this person chooses number 3, which is Holy Family Hospital. This is the hospital which is close to their home or their location. And then after option 3, it will ask about the payment method, whether you want to pay through M-Pesa, cash, or maybe you want to pay through the bank. This person would like to pay through M-Pesa, so he selects option 1, or she selects option 1, and then clicks send. And then after clicking that, next slide, it's done. So after doing that, you'll have already ordered. It will bring a message, thank you for ordering for the binti box, and then it will be delivered. This is for the low-tech users using USSD and SMS solutions. This is what I was telling you. This will be the final message that will come on the screen of the USSD and SMS solution users. Your order has been placed. Package will arrive soon. This is for the low-tech users. What about the high-tech users? Now, for the high-tech users, these are people who are found mostly in urban areas, who have gainful employment, have a stable income. These are people who have access to internet, have access to a smartphone, they can afford bundles, and they can buy, and they can have a chance to interact with the Binti app character. So this is the high-tech user, which we call the Binti app. This is if you click on the app, this will be the homepage that will come. And then it will ask you whether you want to sign up, or create an account, or log in. So you can create an account either using your Google account, Gmail account, or Facebook. And you can log in again also using either your Gmail account or your Facebook account. Or if you want to create your own unique details, unique login details and credentials, you can put your email and password, then you can sign up. So once you've done that, you have already logged in. It will take you to the following screen, the next screen. If you click next, it will welcome you to Binti Box. And then this Binti character will ask you, how may we help you? You can either order for the products, get access to sexual and reproductive health information, or maybe menstrual health information, or maybe if you have any client feedback, you want to give us feedback about our services and our products, there's that option. If you want also to speak to a healthcare provider who is live waiting to answer any questions you might have on your MHM needs or any health concerns you might have as a user, they'll be available to address your concerns. If you click next, this person, for example, wants to order for a Binti box, then you click next. Then it will bring you to this menu, order your menstrual products. It will show you your previous orders, if you had any orders made, and the present order that you want to make. So this person will either choose to buy either maybe period panties or Binti box or components of the Binti box, depending on their financial status and also their preference and the needs at the moment. It will take you to the following screen. This person has chosen a Binti box. And you can also curate your binti box. As I mentioned earlier, you can choose to buy either the whole binti box, which is composed of the sanitary pads, the period panties, bar soap, IC materials, and those components which are within the binti box. Or you can just choose to curate, to just buy maybe a component part. Maybe you just want a period panty only, or maybe you just want shields, maybe you just want some liners. So it gives you an option just to build your own binti box based on your financial ability. So it does not dictate that you need to buy the entire binti box. It depends with your pocket. Once you've clicked next, it will take you to your cart, and then it will show you either if you want to schedule your delivery. If you look up, top right, top left, there's a schedule part or express delivery. Express delivery are a little bit costly. Not really costly, but it will cost you more because you want to be delivered the same day, maybe through a rider or maybe a taxi. So there's that option, and then schedule is within the timing that the binti box will arrive at your nearest location for you to pick up. And then it will also give you the products that you have already selected. Binti box, we have this person has selected binti box, tampons, and menstrual cups, costing those amount of money. Then the available option methods, either by M-Pesa, Visa, or MasterCard. But this person maybe chooses M-Pesa. So the figures there are so when you proceed to checkout, you click on proceed to checkout, it takes you to your location. So it will inform you that your order is on the way. It will give you your order number and the rider. Next, it will ask you where is your nearest health facility. Then you pick your nearest health facility again. And then maybe you don't want to pick it from health facility. You are a binti ambassador or a CHV who is ordering for low-tech user, for non-tech users. Maybe you are a school child and the CHV is ordering for you. So it gives this app user the option of adding a school if you are in a school. So there's that option of adding a school. So maybe just if you click on the add school, it will ask you to enter the name of the school, the sub-county where that school is located, and the county. And then, of course, it will give you the checkout details. This person is supposed to pay 1,699 shillings via M-Pesa, and that's the total, including the delivery charges, which is 99 shillings. And then you place your order. After placing your order, you can also track your orders by entering your track number. Remember back in the previous 2 slides, we had a track number that was generated. Then that track number, you can use it to see the results of your order, the status of your order. It's like your status of your order, what you ordered, what is the status. So binti box, for example, here is already delivered. Baby diapers are pending, and binti box is in the process. And then, of course, it will thank you for placing your order. You can also go to the home page for Wezesha Binti Foundation, the binti box web page. And then you can find us on Facebook and find us on Twitter. You can find us on Instagram. And also, there's an opportunity to subscribe and also to get the weekly topical message on menstrual hygiene management. For example, this week, June, we had a passionate and interactive session, and which touched on polycystic ovarian syndrome and those other topical topics. So it's just to encourage the users about their health concerns and give them answers to the questions that they might have. So this is an opportunity. You can still just follow us on those pages and those social media handles, and you can still interact much more with us. So thank you very much. This is our innovation targeting the 3 segments within the market. Thank you very much. Sorry, let me invite just Scholar to demonstrate. We have our sanitary pads which we are making, components of the binti box. Scholar, you can just maybe take 1 minute to show us what we have as binti box package, and then we shall proceed. Thank you.
Hamjambo nyote. Hii ndio binti box yetu ya wezesha binti. Hapa ndani ndio zile vitu tunashona. Tuko na shield na tuko na liners. Naomba myaone. Hii ndio tunaita shield. Shield hii yetu ni nzuri sana na imetengezwa na material ya pure cotton. Iko na pockets. Hizi pockets zina kazi ya kubeba liner. Hii kitambara ni safi sana na ni cotton, tunaita liner. Hii liner tunapotaka kuitumia, tunaikunja hivi kwa sababu ni double pia. Tunapoikunja hivi, tunaingiza ndani ya shield hapa kwa pockets zake. Vizuri hivi. Inakaa namna hii. Ikimaliza kukaa hivi, tunaiweka ndani ya chupi. Sawa. Inakaa namna hivi wakati imewekwa, sasa iko tayari kuvaliwa, yani kutumika. Anayetumia hizi pads zetu anakuwa yani yuko sawa. Unapoitumia haikuashi, we mwenyewe utaona tu uko very comfortable. Utaendelea na maisha yako. Kama we ni mwanafunzi uko sawa, kama uko ofisini uko sawa, mama nyumbani uko sawa. Baada ya hii liner kuloa hedhi, unaitoa alafu unaikunja vizuri hivi, unaingiza ndani ya huu mfuko. Huu mfuko hauvuji, umetengezwa na material ya raincoat ama ground sheet kwa lugha nyingine. Unaingiza hapa ndani hivi na kukunja vizuri na kuweka ndani ya bag nyingine tunaita carrying bag. Unaingiza ndani ya hii bag na unachukua liner nyingine unaweka tena na unaendelea na shughuli zako za kila siku. Hiyo ndio binti box yetu. Inapoloa umefika nyumbani unataka kuifua, unaitoa kwa utaratibu, unachota maji unaweka kwa besheni, unaitumbukiza pale na kuweka sabuni yako humo ndani. Unaipatia muda ya dakika 10 to dakika 15, alafu unaifua vizuri, unaisunza, unaianika na pegs kwa jua ili upate upepo. Mpaka na hapo, asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Questions and comments?
Thank you. That was the ability. Let's have some questions from the judges.
Thank you for that elaborate presentation. I have two questions, specifically on the app. One, you are collecting data from your users. What data protection measures have you put in place to ensure security of that data? And then two, there's the option for your users to ask questions. Have you put together a team of vetted experts to respond to those questions, or who exactly is responding to those?
Any other comments, reactions from the judges?
Thank you for your presentation. From the proposal, I can see one of the things that you wrote was the ability ranges between 700 and 1,000. And secondly, there's also other what is that makes it totally different from other products so that it's able to compete. There are products that go for as low as 400 shillings. And for the app, on matters of inclusivity, people who are visually impaired might have actually access to the app. So do you have any provisions for persons with disabilities? If by any chance you are successful, it will mean that you are gathering people's information. Who will hold that data in the long run? And how secure is that data? And what will be the space of that PSP in also accessing that particular data? And lastly, when you look at some of the products that you promote through the app, I don't know if you are keen on also looking at disposal of disposable plants and what measures are taken so that while you are also promoting these products, you are also going to look at matters of disposal.
Just add this to the list of questions. I'm looking at the narrative that I have here. You in a place indicates that the cost of the beauty box is 700. And one of the groups that you're working with made some profits, which are good. But then it's indicating that that is 43% markup. It is 43% markup. So how would you justify that is quite high, given that you're also trying to address access for this product? So the 43% is what I want people to justify how then is promoting access. And then lastly, in terms of the cost for, the point where you get low-tech users, I believe that is a USAID platform. You're going to be charging 10 shillings. Of course, then that of course is, I think, is also something you need to qualify. And then lastly, riders to distribute funds in our rural context, and how applicable or practical would that be? And I'll probably give us a scenario for the highest cost for delivery, and how then your clients so far dealing with that.
Yeah, I think you can get those ones first. We'll begin with the first question.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions. The first question is data protection measures. We shall abide by the existing regulatory framework to ensure that is inbuilt within the law and the confines of the law. We will ensure that all the clients' data is protected because we have to abide by the national regulation governing security of people's data. That one will have to ensure that's done. Then will we have experts to respond to users? And who are these experts? Yes, we'll have experts to respond to users' concerns. These experts will be healthcare consultants, people who are specialized in the MHM space and reproductive health, and general obs and gyne, and all matters to do with the health, all health concerns of our users. So in fact, that's why our innovation, we want to make it very attractive to our users. Just the same way we see mobile technology firms winning over the hearts of users. Just if you post maybe for a moment and you don't engage the audience, you'll see people going to their Facebook page or maybe going to the Instagram or going to TikTok, just because there's a feature there which attracts them. So we'll want to make this one to be our cutting edge innovation to ensure that you can get a live response from a healthcare provider, a doctor who will answer your health needs. So we will, with the funding that we are asking and hoping we are going to get from WKSP, this is one of the areas as part of the infrastructure that we shall invest in to hire and have dedicated online experts to respond to the user concerns. And in terms of disparity between the prices, it depends on the curated binti box. It varies in sizes and the components. It is to cater for affordability needs of our clients. So clients who don't have enough money to buy the entire component of a binti box that has 8 liners, for example, which goes above 1,000 shillings, will have access to get a binti box at a much lower price, 450 shillings, and which will be composed of 2 liners and then 2 shields and then 4 liners, just to give an example. So the disparity is because of the component of the binti box and the sizes. There was a question about inclusivity. Do we have any provisions for people with disabilities? For example, the visually impaired, people who cannot use a smartphone, people can't see a phone to type anything. Yes, we have the very first option, which you mentioned, the card identifier. We have the CHVs who can visit the people with disability and assist them avail these MHM products that they need. They just get their order, and on scheduled household visit, they deliver. This same CHV can order it online on their behalf. The same PWDs can also use the household members or their significant others to order this online on their behalf. But the the CHV is our first point of contact. When you look at the community strategy, the government of Kenya has put that mechanism in place to help all our households to access health services at level 1. So the CHV is a very pivotal person here, who is also a binti ambassador. And there was also a question of how secure will be the user's data. I think I mentioned that, that will abide by the country's regulations governing security of the data of our users. And then there was another question about how will you dispose the pads. We are very cognizant of the wealth of experience and the rich flavor that this forum has brought. We will partner. We believe in partnership and collaboration. We will partner with like-minded actors who are in sanitation space to ensure that we get noble ways to dispose it. But this app also has a component of a reward system. You can redeem your points. The more you, this app it has a provision for disposing the pads, and through the CHV to collection sites ready for disposal, you can do the same ordering. That's just the same way you can order for the pad or the binti box and its components. You can also request for disposal, and then it will be taken to the disposal sites at the nearest health facility using the same chain. Yes. And
thank you so much for the sake of informing with the other participants here. Our time is up, so we appreciate, and Wezesha Binti marks the last of our presentations from the contestants, so we leave the rest to the judges. So I will welcome Bill to take us through the next steps.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We have reached this stage, and we don't take it for granted because it has been a good day for the activity. As mentioned by my colleague, that marks the end of our presentation. There have been 15 presentations, and you can imagine what the judges have to go through to be able to make determination on what and how we move forward. To give us a breaker, I want to invite 2 or 3 people, and this is not part of the contestation. Share with us what they're doing, and just let us know how they're faring on. Funded WKSP actually works with financial institutions, and of course we're talking about access to finance as a critical component for entrepreneurs and end users, as a one way of strengthening increased access to sanitation and hygiene products and services. I hope our representative from Sidian Bank is here. Kindly come forward. And another representative from the National Bank of Kenya. Just 1 or 2, just 1 minute or 2 minutes, just to talk about the bank, the interest in sanitation and hygiene, and of course, looking forward to greater things. Makofi kidogo for our guests.
How are you to everyone? You seem to be so dull. Can we cheer up? I'll take 2 minutes the way he has said. He wants us to take 2 minutes. My name is Emily Musungu. I work for Sidian Bank, branch manager Kisumu. I'm so happy to be part of this team because this affects all of us. Sidian Bank was established in 1984 as a project that supported small and medium enterprises. And in 1999, it was a fully fledged bank. And Sidian Bank has partnered with different people to make lives better for everyone. Sidian Bank is the first bank which pioneered the water project in Kenya. And that is why I'm part and parcel. We are also partnering with different organizations so that the MHN is well taken care of. Tailored for each one of us who is today so that we can meet our objectives. We have different products, I've told you, tailored to meet each group that is here. When I was listening to the presentations, I know you have financial needs and we are ready to tailor with you so that we can meet our dreams. You can visit us. We have branches in this western region. We are in Kisumu, we are in Busia, we are in Kisii, we are in Bungoma. In 2 months' time, we'll be in Kakamega. And we'll be ready to partner with you because we have products for each one of us. You are welcome to Sidian Bank at any time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Emily from Sidian Bank. Asante sana, Emily. Allow me to welcome our gentleman from the National Bank of Kenya. 2 minutes, please. And after that, we have a presentation from there's something about skipping a lunch initiative. You listen to them.
Good afternoon, participants. My name is Joshua Duda, Relationship Manager from National Bank of Kenya, serving the Western region. So I found it worthy to attend this very critical meeting, and I've been glad to have had the engagement, which was very well done. And as we look through that, I realized the opportunities that mirror what the bank is doing currently. National Bank has partnered with this Western Kenya Sanitation Project initiative. We are already running a program we are calling WASH, Water and Sanitation, and it very well covers all the discussions that have happened here. We have a proposition that takes care of all MSMEs in the sector of water and sanitation. And listening to what has been presented, at least each and every participant here got to a situation where we needed support. I know you could have already commercialized your projects or even started doing what you do, but due to financial limitations, I think we have not been able to attain much. So we still have gaps in both water supply, clean water, and even in sanitation, which again, many financial institutions have not been tapping into. So National Bank came up with a proposition that will reduce that gap. And SMEs handling water, handling sanitation, sludge management, and even I had are able to run your programs even as we do support. Another thing that is critical is that most of the MSMEs do not normally have collateral, and the bank has looked at that and partnered with other partners who can de-risk that. So we are working with the AGF, we are working with other, we are working also with the Aqua for All to de-risk. So women-owned enterprises, we are doing de-risking up to 75% through AGF. For other MSMEs, we are doing up to 50%. So walk into the banks, get more information about what we can do for you so that we support you actualize the programs you have, which are very critical. So with that, I think I'll be around. Get in touch and reach out to us. As I mentioned earlier, I support the entire Western region, and we are in all most of the counties. We are in Kakamega. Those in Webuye, you can find ourselves in Ngoma. We are in Busia, Kisumu. And so reach out to our branches, and we will get support in whatever endeavors you are doing. We are very encouraged to partner with you, and we wish you the very best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Citizen Bank, and thank you very much, National Bank of Kenya. At least we now have details. Before I give you a break, I would like us to listen to the Skip a Lunch Initiative Foundation. And they are looking at 3 areas. One of them is dealing with the challenges of girls from poor families missing school because of MHM challenges, and of course, matters of low ECD enrollment. And finally, also tackling the high mortality rates of newborns who are delivered with mothers who are not delivered by skilled deliveries. And of course, we have and Bernard Wekesa, who will give us more details. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
I would appreciate if you would use like not more than 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you is a team from the Skip a Lunch Foundation. We are going to make a very short presentation. Our mission is to make a difference in people's lives through excellent professional accomplishments, and our vision is transforming the lives of people in a responsive training imbued with passion. Our Skip a Lunch Foundation started way back in 2014 with the intention of addressing 3 main challenges, as has been mentioned here. Maybe I can repeat shortly. One challenge is girls from poor families missing school because of menstrual hygiene challenge and the accompanying stigma. The second one is low ECD enrollment due to hunger and malnutrition. And the third one is high mortality rates of newborns due to unskilled deliveries among women in Bungoma. So to address this, we have been providing Uji mix, that is flour, to ECD centers in our county. We also make reusable sanitary towels supplied to schools, especially day schools for primary and secondary. We also make what we call mama packs, which we supply in hospitals, and these are given to mothers who deliver in hospitals. This is aimed at encouraging mothers to seek for skilled deliveries in hospitals so that we avoid the mortality rates of newborns and address the challenge of fistula in our county. For sustainability purposes of these projects, we have a milling plant where we make flour for Uji. So we want to appeal to our neighboring counties. If you want to supply Uji that is nutritious for our children, please, you are welcome to Bungoma. We will have Uji for you. Your children will be very, very vibrant and healthy. We also have a college that we intend to train young men and women one in making these reusable sanitary towels, and other courses that can empower them economically as young Kenyans. Lastly, as you skip your lunch, worth the 10 shillings and give to us, we make a miracle out of it by making reusable sanitary towels. Thank you so much. Let me allow my colleague Mildred to pick up from there. Thank you.
Hamjambo nyote. Okay, mimi nitawapitisha through demonstration how we use reusable sanitary towels, and I will give you a sample on mama packs also. Thank you. This one is a reusable sanitary towel, a piece of it. We give a pack of 6 pieces, like this one, instructions on it, a piece of soap, and 2 pants. And a printed bag with Skip a Lunch initiative. And if you want to partner with us, we will also brand your logo behind this, and we supply. We give girls 2 pants, cotton pants. This is how to use. You pick a pant, you turn it like this, upside down. Then you pick your reusable sanitary towel. Na unaivalisha. It has wings, it has hooks and loops. Then when you are done doing that, you turn it, and it's ready for wearing it. After soiling the pad, you remove it nicely. You fold it like this. Then you put it in a zip-locked bag. This one is a zip-locked bag. You put it inside. Then when you reach home, you wash it. You soak it first in clean water. Then you squeeze the blood outside. Then you wash it with normal soap, not detergents, please. The material used in this is cotton flannel. This flannel adjusts to body temperatures. That's why we advise our clients to use this. Thank you so much. This is a packet of Mama Pack. We give a mama this bag with a branded Skip, a piece of pad, pairs of socks, a hat, a piece of lasso, a unisex cloth, like this one, then a piece of shawl for the baby. Thank you so much. And by doing this, we encourage people to skip a lunch worth 10 bob. I don't mean 10 bob, 10 shillings. 10 shillings is minimum skipping a lunch. You can skip your breakfast. You can skip your supper. You can skip your lunch, but not limited to 10 shillings. You know your worth. How much do you spend on your lunch? Thank you so much. We have also teams in supermarkets and banks and other institutions for us to collect those cash so that we can support this. And we are also having employment opportunities, because by producing these reusable sanitary towels, you need 2 people. They want to design, they want to sew. We are only using normal sewing machines. Thank you and welcome to Bungoma, where we develop new things and unique ones. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Skip a Lunch Initiative. And I think it's a good idea to skip a lunch so that we're able to provide uji mix to the ECD, work on reusable sanitary towels, and then, of course, supply mama packs to hospital. Those were my 3 takeaways. I hope you are listening keenly as we are. Do we have a representative from NCBA Bank, please? NCBA Bank? Yes, karibu sana, karibu sana, karibu sana. Why don't we clap for her as we encourage her to come forward? Yes. Yeah, so NCBA Bank are those that become critical partners in what we do. And of course, that will help us increase what we call access to finance. Karibuni sana. The 3 of you? Yeah.
How many minutes do you have?
You have like about 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon again. Yeah, so I just want to introduce my colleagues and then just give you a heads up on what we do and why we are here.
Good afternoon. My name is Donna Siso. I'm a relationship manager in charge of business banking.
Good afternoon, team. My name is Stella Moramose, in charge of personal banking. Thank you.
Thank you. You can just have a seat. Yeah, I know I have 2.5 minutes. My name is Judith Ochieng, the branch manager in CBA Bank. In Kisumu, we have 2 branches, one located at 1 Kenton Square and the other one located at Tivoli Center. We have presence all over Kenya. In Western region, we have branches from in Bungoma, Busia, Kakamega. Then in Kisii, we've opened one in Migori, Eldoret, Kitale, of course, Nakuru and Naivasha, Narok. Those are part of what we call Western region. So in a nutshell, I know the organizations represented here are non-profit making, and we have great propositions for such institutions. One, in terms of relationship management. So when you join us as a bank, then you'll have a dedicated person to whom you can always consult anytime. Number 2, I know once in a while you have funds coming in foreign currency. So when that happens, then we give you negotiated rates. We give very favorable negotiated rates because we want to give back to the society through the work that you do, which we really appreciate. We also have a sustainability agenda where we support organizations in their CSR. So when you give us your proposal early enough, then it can be included in the budget, and we work in partnership to give back to the community. Lastly, in terms of making your transactions easy, we ensure that the kind of an account you open with us as an institution is a non-ledger fee account. And then we also give you internet banking platform where you can just access your account from the comfort of where you are, either at home, or I know most of you travel a lot, or in your office. And it is secure with 2-step authentication system, and we walk through the journey with you. So we will stay through, and in case you'd want us to explain more, we will be able to explain that. Otherwise, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Karibuni sana.
Thank you very much, Judith Ochieng. I think that is the name they missed maybe at the beginning, but out again. Ochieng. Thank you so much. We have Faulu. Faulu will be here. Yeah. And after Faulu, then we will have to now make the different moves. Faulu, you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Gilbert Bareli. I stand here to represent Faulu Microfinance Bank. We are based in Kisumu, Busia, Bungoma, Homa Bay, and Mgunja in the Western region. We also have a wash product to support MSME. The product is tailor-made together for water and sanitation financial needs. We offer financial solutions ranging from accounts to deposit rates, which are good in the market. We are offering digital solutions like internet banking, services that are tailor-made to serve you better in terms of making payments, RTGS, EFTs, etc. So we are also looking forward to partnering with you in supporting our communities in the Western region. Feel free to come and visit us at our branch, which is located at Jubilee Building at Kisumu. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much. Moving forward, I would like us to go to the next step. Let's go to the next step. At this particular juncture in time, I would like us to take a break, and we will go in this manner. I will request that our excellencies, the first ladies, will step out first, together with our chief of party. And as they step out, it is just prudent to let them know that our next session will start at 1:45. So we are trying to see if we can keep it to time. And of course, also factor in other travel arrangements for those who are coming from different places. So Your Excellencies, together with the Chief of Party, kindly feel free to step out, to retreat to a point where you will be served. Yeah. As they step out, I will also request the judges to prepare to retreat to their chambers. And of course, we will get to hear from them also beginning 1:45 p.m. And this will be a great opportunity for us. So in the afternoon, we will all come back to this hall where we will continue with the process, and that will be great. So the rest, kindly give them time to disembark, if I may use that word, and then we will be able to join the team as they go out. For the contestants, you have an opportunity. We still have the live stream going on. This is an opportunity for you to meet and get people to listen to what you're doing. So take up this opportunity and time between now and 1:45 p.m. to be able to engage the world on what's going on. If you have a personal product you want to sell online, there are people already asking for a couple of things. So you could actually go online and look at the link and engage with them. Now that the first ladies have disembarked, I would request the judges to walk out. While we wait, we wait, we wait. We wait as the judges walk out. Let's not mix with them, please. That is the standard operating procedure here. Thank you very much. So we will give a break of about 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes. Thereafter, we are free to go out, and I hope we'll be good. There are those of us who are organizing on how we can get our meals. I think they will be able to give us our direction. Thank you so much for the good morning. Let's look forward for a celebratory afternoon. Thank you so much. A big clap for yourselves, of course. Anybody who dropped their earpods? Something has been picked here. So anybody dropped the earpods? Kindly get in touch with me. Thank you.
The Kenya Sanitation project is USAID funded project running for 5 years from 2022 to 2027 with the aims of creating a financially sustainable, replicable, and locally owned marketplace in sanitation and menstrual hygiene management. The objectives of this project are, number one, to increase the access and uptake of sanitation products as well as the fecal sludge management products. Number two is to increase the uptake and access of menstrual hygiene management products. And number three is to support in creating an enabling environment. And this one includes the policy support with the relevant local and also international government to be able to support the enabling environment that would ensure that there is increase to menstrual hygiene management products and sanitation as well. Under access to finance, the project is looking for financial institutions as key partners. Basically because sanitation and menstrual hygiene management is one area that has been has seen little funding from the financiers because of the challenges that they have faced to be able to know the relevant business model, the relevant products, and how to approach the product development in this area. So WKSP has been working in trying to create a transformative and innovative market in sanitation products and linking this market with the relevant financiers. And this market, I mean basically the households, entrepreneurs, and manufacturers of these products. Then, once we have supported them in product development and helping them on how they can market for their products and be able to come up with relevant product offerings, we link them with the financial institutions who are able now to develop financing solutions to be able to address the challenges that are faced by these entrepreneurs and households. So we are looking for such key partners because we believe that financiers play a major role, and this has happened in other sectors apart from sanitation and menstrual hygiene management sector. So the reason why we are looking for financial institutions as potential partners is because we hope that they can be able to create relevant products for sanitation and menstrual hygiene management in their portfolio. And by so doing, in the long run, they make these products as part of their overall portfolio. The financial institutions have shown previously that they play a very major role in market-based approaches. And this has been seen by many other sectors that they have been able to be involved in and provide relevant tailor-made financing products that has enabled these sectors to grow. So the market-based approach that Western Kenya Sanitation Project is using utilizes some of these experiences. And already we have done assessments to check if there actually exist business models that are fundable. And by linking these businesses with the financiers, then we believe that in the long run, the financiers would be able to identify on their own and support others that are coming up as well. So from the assessments that was undertaken by WKSP, it came out clearly that most of the financial institutions staff do not understand the opportunities that exist in sanitation, financing, and menstrual hygiene management. So we open up this opportunity for them to be able to learn with us, to be able to experience that actually opportunities do exist, and then are able to develop relevant products that addresses these particular opportunities. The role of WKSP in supporting the financial institution partners are basically in various ways. One is that already through the scoping exercise that has been done, WKSP has mapped out potential customers for these financial institutions. We have identified households, we have identified artisans, as well as enterprises that are involved in sanitation and menstrual hygiene management. And most of them have got very good business models that can be funded. So these enterprises have been trained, artisans have been trained, and have been linked to various market mechanisms that enables them to be financially sustainable. And by so doing, if they interact with the financial institutions and be able to take a loan, then we are almost certain that they'll repay their loans with very little challenges, because they have been linked to the entire market network. If they are suppliers, we have linked them with the various suppliers of sanitation products, and they understand these products, and they have also been linked to customer segments, and they can enter into contracts with these customers and ensure that if payments come through, then we can design mechanisms where these payments can flow through the financial institutions. WKSP, on the other hand, is also looking at various mechanisms on how these financial institutions can be supported. From the scoping exercise, some of them indicated that they have got challenges on liquidity. Others are looking for de-risking mechanism, for example, having relevant guarantees in place. And others are looking for support in product development. So we'll discuss with each and every financial institution to be able to see what kind of support that can be offered by WKSP. And together, we can work towards making this sector a vibrant sector. Western Kenya Sanitation Project is a USAID funded project running for 5 years from 2022 to 2027, with the aims of creating a financially sustainable, replicable, and locally owned marketplace in sanitation and menstrual hygiene management. The objectives of this project are, number one, to increase the access and uptake of sanitation products, as well as the fecal sludge management products. Number two is to increase the uptake and access of menstrual hygiene management products. And number three is to support in creating an enabling environment. And this one includes the policy support with the relevant local and also international government to be able to support the enabling environment that would ensure that there is increase to menstrual hygiene management products and sanitation as well. Under access to finance, the project is looking for financial institutions as key partners. Basically because sanitation and menstrual hygiene management is one area that has been has seen little funding from the financiers because of the challenges that they have faced to be able to know the relevant business model, the relevant products, and how to approach the product development in this area. So WKSP has been working in trying to create a transformative and innovative market in sanitation products and linking this market with the relevant financiers. And this market, I mean basically the households, entrepreneurs, and manufacturers of these products. Then, once we have supported them in product development and helping them on how they can market for their products and be able to come up with relevant product offerings, we link them with the financial institutions who are able now to develop financing solutions to be able to address the challenges that are faced by these entrepreneurs and households. So we are looking for such key partners because we believe that financiers play a major role, and this has happened in other sectors apart from sanitation and menstrual hygiene management sector. So the reason why we are looking for financial institutions potential partners is because we hope that they can be able to create relevant products for sanitation and menstrual hygiene management in their portfolio. And by so doing, in the long run, they make these products as part of their overall portfolio. The financial institutions have shown previously that they play a very major role in market-based approaches. And this has been seen by many other sectors that they have been able to be involved in and provide relevant tailor-made financing products that has enabled these sectors to grow. So the market-based approach that Western Kenya Sanitation Project is using utilizes some of these experiences. And already we have done assessments to check if there actually exist business models that are fundable. And by linking these businesses with the financiers, then we believe that in the long run, the financiers would be able to identify on their own and support others that are coming up as well. So from the assessments that was undertaken by WKSP, it came out clearly that most of the financial institutions staff do not understand the opportunities that exist in sanitation, financing, and menstrual hygiene management. So we open up this opportunity for them to be able to learn with us, to be able to experience that actually opportunities do exist, and then are able to develop opportunities. The role of WKSP in supporting the financial institution partners are basically in various ways. One is that already through the scoping exercise that has been done, WKSP has mapped out potential customers for these financial institutions. We have identified households, we have identified artisans, as well as enterprises that are involved in sanitation and menstrual hygiene management. And most of them have got very good business models that can be funded. So these enterprises have been trained, artisans have been trained, and have been linked to various market mechanisms that enables them to be financially sustainable. And by so doing, if they interact with the financial institutions and be able to take a loan, then we are almost certain that they'll repay their loans with very little challenges, because they have been linked to the entire market network. If they are suppliers, we have linked them with the various suppliers of sanitation products, and they understand these products, and they have also been linked to customer segments, and they can enter into contracts with these customers and ensure that if payments come through, then we can design mechanisms where these payments can flow through the financial institutions. WKSP, on the other hand, is also looking at various mechanisms on how these financial institutions can be supported. From the scoping exercise, some of them indicated that they have got challenges on liquidity. Others are looking for de-risking mechanism, for example, having relevant guarantees in place. And others are looking for support in product development. So we'll discuss with each and every financial institution to be able to see what kind of support that can be offered by WKSP. And together, we can work towards making this sector a vibrant sector. Western Kenya Sanitation Project is a USAID funded project running for 5 years from 2022 to 2027, with the aims of creating a financially sustainable, replicable, and locally owned marketplace in sanitation and menstrual hygiene management. The objectives of this project are, number one, to increase the access and uptake of sanitation products, as well as the fecal sludge management products. Number two is to increase the uptake and access of menstrual hygiene management products. And number three is to support in creating an enabling environment. And this one includes the policy support with the relevant local and also international government to be able to support the enabling environment that would ensure that there is increase to menstrual hygiene management products and sanitation as well. Under access to finance, the project is looking for financial institutions as key partners. Basically because sanitation and menstrual hygiene management is one area that has been has seen little funding from the financiers because of the challenges that they have faced to be able to know the relevant business model, the relevant products, and how to approach the product development in this area. So WKSP has been working in trying to create a transformative and innovative market in sanitation products and linking this market with the relevant financiers. And this market, I mean basically the households, entrepreneurs, and manufacturers of these products. Then, once we have supported them in product development and helping them on how they can market for their products and be able to come up with relevant product offerings, we link them with the financial institutions who are able now to develop financing solutions to be able to address the challenges that are faced by these entrepreneurs and households. So we are looking for such key partners because we believe that financiers play a major role, and this has happened in other sectors apart from sanitation and menstrual hygiene management sector. So the reason why we are looking for financial institutions potential partners is because we hope that they can be able to create relevant products for sanitation and menstrual hygiene management in their portfolio. And by so doing, in the long run, they make these products as part of their overall portfolio. The financial institutions have shown previously that they play a very major role in market-based approaches. And this has been seen by many other sectors that they have been able to be involved in and provide relevant tailor-made financing products that has enabled these sectors to grow. So the market-based approach that Western Kenya Sanitation Project is using utilizes some of these experiences. And already we have done assessments to check if there actually exist business models that are fundable. And by linking these businesses with the financiers, then we believe that in the long run, the financiers would be able to identify on their own and support others that are coming up as well. So from the assessments that was undertaken by WKSP, it came out clearly that most of the financial institutions staff do not understand the opportunities that exist in sanitation, financing, and menstrual hygiene management. So we open up this opportunity for them to be able to learn with us, to be able to experience that actually opportunities do exist, and then are able to develop relevant products that addresses these particular opportunities. The role of WKSP in supporting the financial institution partners are basically in various ways. One is that already through the scoping exercise that has been done, WKSP has mapped out potential customers for these financial institutions. We have identified households, we have identified artisans, as well as enterprises that are involved in sanitation and menstrual hygiene management. And most of them have got very good business models that can be funded. So these enterprises have been trained, artisans have been trained, and have been linked to various market mechanisms that enables them to be financially sustainable. And by so doing, if they interact with the financial institutions and be able to take a loan, then we are almost certain that they'll repay their loans with very little challenges because they have been linked to the entire market network. If they are suppliers, we have linked them with the various suppliers of sanitation products and they understand these products, and they have also been linked to customer segments, and they can enter into contracts with these customers and ensure that if payments come through, then we can design mechanisms where these payments can flow through the financial institutions. WKSP, on the other hand, is also looking at various mechanisms on how these financial institutions can be supported. From the scoping exercise, some of them indicated that they have got challenges on liquidity. Others are looking for de-risking mechanism, for example, having relevant guarantees in place. And others are looking for support in product development. So we'll discuss with each and every financial institution to be able to see what kind of support that can be offered by WKSP. And together, we can work towards making this sector a vibrant sector. Western Kenya Sanitation Project is a USAID funded project running for 5 years from 2022 to 2027 with the aims of creating a financially sustainable, replicable, and locally owned marketplace in sanitation and menstrual hygiene management. The objectives of this project are, number one, to increase the access and uptake of sanitation products as well as the fecal sludge management products. Number two is to increase the uptake and access of menstrual hygiene management products. And number three is to support in creating an enabling environment. And this one includes the policy support with the relevant local and also international government to be able to support the enabling environment that would ensure that there is increase to menstrual hygiene management products and sanitation as well. Under access to finance, the project is looking for financial institutions as key partners. Basically because sanitation and menstrual hygiene management is one area that has been has seen little funding from the financiers because of the challenges that they have faced to be able to know the relevant business model, the relevant products, and how to approach the product development in this area. So WKSP has been working in trying to create a transformative and innovative market in sanitation products and linking this market with the relevant financiers. And this market, I mean basically the households, entrepreneurs, and manufacturers of these products. Then, once we have supported them in product development and helping them on how they can market for their products and be able to come up with relevant product offerings, we link them with the financial institutions who are able now to develop financing solutions to be able to address the challenges that are faced by these entrepreneurs and households. So we are looking for such key partners because we believe that financiers play a major role, and this has happened in other sectors apart from sanitation and menstrual hygiene management sector. So the reason why we are looking for financial institutions potential partners is because we hope that they can be able to create relevant products for sanitation and menstrual hygiene management in their portfolio. And by so doing, in the long run, they make these products as part of their overall portfolio. The financial institutions have shown previously that they play a very major role in market-based approaches. And this has been seen by many other sectors that they have been able to be involved in and provide relevant tailor-made financing products that has enabled these sectors to grow. So the market-based approach that Western Kenya Sanitation Project is using utilizes some of these experiences. And already we have done assessments to check if there actually exist business models that are fundable. And By linking these businesses with the financiers, then we believe that in the long run, the financiers would be able to identify on their own and support others that are coming up as well. So from the assessments that was undertaken by WKSP, it came out clearly that most of the financial institutions staff do not understand the opportunities that exist in sanitation, financing, and menstrual hygiene management. So we open up this opportunity for them to be able to learn with us, to be able to experience that actually opportunities do exist, and then are able to develop relevant products that addresses these particular opportunities. The role of WKSP in supporting the financial institution partners are basically in various ways. One is that already through the scoping exercise that has been done, WKSP has mapped out potential customers for these financial institutions. We have identified households, we have identified artisans, as well as enterprises that are involved in sanitation and menstrual hygiene management. And most of them have got very good business models that can be funded. So these enterprises have been trained, artisans have been trained, and have been linked to various market mechanisms that enables them to be financially sustainable. And by so doing, if they interact with the financial institutions and be able to take a loan, then we are almost certain that they'll repay their loans with very little challenges, because they have been linked to the entire market network. If they are suppliers, we have linked them with the various suppliers of sanitation products, and they understand these products, and they have also been linked to customer segments, and they can enter into contracts with these customers and ensure that if payments come through, then we can design mechanisms where these payments can flow through the financial institutions. WKSP, on the other hand, is also looking at various mechanisms on how these financial institutions can be supported. From the scoping exercise, some of them indicated that they have got challenges on liquidity. Others are looking for de-risking mechanism, for example, having relevant guarantees in place. And others are looking for support in product development. So we'll discuss with each and every financial institution to be able to see what kind of support that can be offered by WKSP. And together, we can work towards making this sector a vibrant sector. Western Kenya Sanitation Project is a USAID funded project running for 5 years from 2022 to 2027 with the aims of creating a financially sustainable, replicable, and locally owned marketplace in sanitation and menstrual hygiene management. And uptake of sanitation products as well as the fecal sludge management products. Number 2 is to increase the uptake and access of menstrual hygiene management products. And number 3 is to support in creating an enabling environment. And this one includes the policy support with the relevant local and also international government.
Works Development Agency to provide cost-effective, potable, clean water and also sanitation services to the people of Bungoma County. Our headquarters is in Webuye, but we serve the entire Bungoma County with the conventional sewer network, whereby we collect water from the user points and transport the wastewater to the lagoons where they are treated and then released to the existing water body. Nzowasco serves the urban and peri-urban areas of Bungoma. These are industrial customers. We are serving commercial customers and also domestic customers. At the lagoon, at the entry, we have screens to separate unwanted material from the wastewater that is going to be treated. Then the water is able to go into the first pond, known as the primary ponds. The aim of taking the water into the primary ponds is to disintegrate the highly infectious and safe organic waste, to biodegrade it through aerobic digestion, and then the water further goes to the secondary ponds and then to the tertiary ponds before we release it into the river, which is safe to go back into the ecosystem. Before we release the water into the existing ecosystem, we have to ensure that we do spot checks to ensure that we conform to the WASREB and the NEMA standards. So the missing gap here is that we don't have our own lab that is accredited to do external wastewater tests, and if financed, we will appreciate if we have the lab accredited, and then we are able to do our tests here to monitor any upcoming issues and trends within the water, and then we can be able to also do external tests for other partners and earn revenue from such. And when it comes to the current trends in sanitation, like we are not just talking about water and sanitation, we talk about water, sanitation, hygiene and drainage. And I see that if we combine the hygiene part with the water and sanitation, then we have a lot of opportunities for hygiene promotion and market-based hygiene solutions. Plus the drainage solutions, we could have drainage systems that cater for stormwater and really ensure that our conventional systems are not overwhelmed by the stormwater, and also this will help to reduce overflows. It will help to ensure that we contain the water and to the lagoons at the design capacity. By so doing, we'll ensure that we are meeting the Sustainable Development Goal number 6 that really emphasizes on clean and safe water and basic sanitation to all. The other thing, when we ensure that we have clean water and also safe water being returned into our rivers, the wastewater is safely treated, we will ensure that we are really in control of the water, energy and food nexus, so that we have enough water, or energy is sufficient to be utilized within the systems, and there's also sufficient food for us. Moving forward, we are looking forward to be able to train people on financing within the sanitation sector, so that they are able to link the services that we offer in sanitation, the financial opportunities that we have, so that as we run the projects, we are able to be accountable for sustainability purposes. Another gap and area that you can invest into that is currently trending is ensuring that when we treat the wastewater to required standards, we are also able to reach the net zero plus. That is ensuring that we are putting the global warming in check and you're not contributing the greenhouse gases. Whatever we have allocated for sanitation is limiting and not enough to enable us to rehabilitate, to enable us to expand our sewer systems, and also to come up with new innovative ways of serving people in sanitation. The areas that we will really consider for financing will be construction of new sewer systems, so as to cater for the upcoming estates and the mushrooming estates. The demand has gone up, population has grown, but the system still remains as it was constructed, and therefore the system is overwhelmed. If given financing in this area, we will be able to serve our people better. And the second area that needs financing is rehabilitation. Our systems are dilapidated and they need revamping, because the current system is always overwhelmed and we keep on having overflows, infiltration into the groundwater, and silting and rainwater coming into the system. There is a lot of silting and they really have to do desilting during maintenance. The current system that we have is not able to serve the whole population, So it means that we could have some on-site sanitation, the non-seaward sanitation. Like when you go through this compendium of sanitation technologies, we have a variety of systems that we can invest into so that we are able to merge with the existing sewer systems to serve our people better. For example, if we have the non-seaward systems like the DTFs, the decentralized transfer facilities, and also the septic tanks, once these facilities are full, they will need emptying. So if we use our exhausters for emptying, we see an opportunity because the existing exhausters within the county do not meet the demand. So there's an opportunity for exhauster services. There's an opportunity for disinfection services because once we disinfect these facilities, we will be creating an opportunity for the disinfectors and also the chemicals that are going to be used. We'll be creating an opportunity for those who manufacture the PPEs, the personal protective equipment, and we'll also be creating an opportunity for those people within the sector who want to actually venture in the business of looking at this wastewater as a resource and not just waste. So if you go through the compendium of sanitation technologies, we are looking at 9 systems that can be used to actually transform human waste into a resource. And for example, if I could talk about the system number 5, the biogas system, this is a system whereby you inject human waste into the system and then you're able to anaerobically digest it. You can co-digest with other substrates to improve on the efficiency of the system and the effectiveness. And then whatever you get out of it is a biofuel and digested. If you look at this, the biofuel could be packaged and sold. This is a source of revenue. The biofuel could be used in the kitchens and the digested being an area that really focuses on cash crops like sugarcane, like maize and napier. We could come around and empower these farmers to appreciate and really embrace the use of human manure as fertilizer. And this is a great opportunity whereby we can really move from depending on this other type of fertilizers and invest in this human waste fertilizer so that we are creating an opportunity around sanitation. The other opportunity that exists is that most of these peri-urban areas, sanitation facilities are not accessed by the exhausters. But currently we have some of the options and solutions in the market, like the portable poo-poo pump that can be used to access the toilets and then suck the sludge within the toilets before being transported to the lagoons. Linked to this opportunity is the need for sensitization. Most people are not aware of such opportunities, and if well financed, we could be able to come in and do sensitization and also procure some of these poo-poo pumps to help in the management of the fecal sludge. In Zuwasco, as a water services provider, we are mandated by the Lake Victoria North Waterworks Development Agency to provide cost-effective, potable, clean water and also sanitation services to the people of Bungoma County. Our headquarters is in Webuye, but we serve the entire Bungoma County with the conventional sewer network, whereby we collect water from the user points and transport the wastewater to the lagoons where they are treated and then released to the existing water body. Zuwasco serves the urban and peri-urban areas of Bungoma. These are industrial customers. We are serving commercial customers and also domestic customers. At the lagoon, at the entry, we have screens to separate unwanted material from the wastewater that is going to be treated. Then the water is able to go into the first pond, known as the primary ponds. The aim of taking the water into the primary ponds is to disintegrate the highly infectious and safe organic wastes, to biodegrade it through aerobic digestion, and then the water further goes to the secondary ponds and then to the tertiary ponds before we release it into the river, which is safe to go back into the ecosystem. Before we release the water into the
Elfrods is a wash credit company that focuses on offering affordable wash credits to the poor landlords within the low-income communities of Kisumu, and at the same time linking them up with the wash service providers like trained manual pit emptiers, utilities, plumbers, and other wash stockists. The reason why we do this is that for a very long time, most of these poor households have had a challenge of accessing credit services for their wash-related needs. For example, if a household wanted to do pit emptying, number one, they'll need a one-time fee, which is being paid to the service provider. So in most cases, you realize that they're unable to afford this one-time fee, or even sometimes they do not know some of these service providers. So Elfrods came into the space to offer that enabling financial environment, and at the same time offer the linkage between the household and the service providers. So for their pit emptying, water connection services, as well as upgrading the existing sanitation facilities. This, in a bigger shell, has translated into a safe environment for everyone, as well as created a positive impact within the community that we serve. So our clientele base composed of the poor households within the low-income communities. So before we finance any of the these wash services, like I said before, we focus on the landlords. But then there are other tenants that also make decisions when it comes to sanitation improvements within their locality. So we target landlords as aware of minimizing the default rate. This is your plot, there is no way you're going to. But if it's a tenant, there has to be that consent that is coming from the landlord. So all in all, the product is designed for landlords or caretakers whose decision lies squarely on the landlord before the services is offered to them. So there has to be a landlord, that is number one. Number two, before the services is offered to you, one of the Elfrods representative will have to go and ascertain the source of income from you. So we come and evaluate how much you earn from the rentals, and if there is any second source of earning that you have. So let's say, for example, it is likely that a landlord will get maybe 10,000 Kenyan shillings for rent monthly, as being the lowest amount from the existing data that we have. When you look at the credits that we give them, they are tailored towards that low amount of money that they earn. For example, if a landlord income is less than, let's say, just 10,000, a service provider will advise them to talk to the service provider who is going to give these services. One trip of pit emptying, for example, costs around 5,000 or 6, thereabout. Most of these pit latrines, the maximum trips that can be done is 3. So if you take 5 or maybe 6,000 times, so that is 18,000. Elfrods loans goes for a span of 4 months with a very small margin put on top of the principal amount. So we spread this money for 4 months. Even if you're earning 10,000 from the rental income, for 4 months that will be 40,000. But you've been given a loan of, let's say, 15,000 with a small margin on top of it. For a period of 4 months out of what you earn, chances are you are likely to pay this money 98%. That is one. Number two, We also focus on spreading the loan risks to third parties. That is, the landlord also need to have some people who are guaranteeing for them, let's say a son or maybe a daughter, somebody who is also active financially. So in cases of them being unable to repay the money, the burden can be spread upon to the third parties. But the key thing here is the affordability aspect that comes with what we are doing. They make the modality of loan repayment as simple as possible. So as a company, our focus is first of all to understand your financial history, work on it, advise you and give you what befits you. This has made it possible for most of these clients that we serve to reach out to in terms of the repayment. The biggest gap that we have is to sustain the growth. Majority of these households need these services, but as Elfrods, we still have that the liquidity aspect where we cannot reach out to all the clients that need the services. So we still believe that for us to sustain the growth, we need to increase our capital base to reach out to everyone that needs the services. There is a big opportunity within the low-income communities. I'll give you an example. Of every 10 pits that you sample today in Manyata, one of the areas we work in, 8 of them are full. But when you go to the landlords or the households within those areas and ask them, why are you not emptying your pits? The biggest concern is always the finance. And they can only get this finance from an institution that has a tailor-made financial solution for them, and that's where Elfrods come in. So we cannot serve all the population that needs our services because our capital base cannot match the demand. So there exists an opportunity within the space where we work in, especially on the financial aspect. People don't just need just a pit to be emptied alone, no. Out of the research that we've also done as a company, you go ahead and ask someone, other than your pit being emptied, what next do you need? So they will say, I would rather wish to have this pit connected to sewer line. So there exists that opportunity for sewer connection. Number two, they will also ask you, can you also upgrade for me the existing sanitation facility? So some things like sato pan or even the ceramic pans is an opportunity that can still be tapped into. Just an emptying being done, upgrading it either to POFlash or even converting it into sewer connection. Those are opportunities within the sanitation spectrum. Again, based on, even some of our findings, households need things like hand wash stations that even after using the sanitation facility, they can go ahead and maybe have a hand wash station next to them. Or even things like tanks for water storage. So these, to me, I believe are still existing opportunity to the clients that we serve. So if an institution come around and listen to all these stories and have a financial arrangement which reflects the income levels of this household, then you're good to go. And that's where we are coming on board as Elfrods services. Elfrods is a wash credit company that focuses on offering affordable wash credits to the poor landlords within the low-income communities of Kisumu, and at the same time linking them up with the wash service providers like trained manual pit emptiers, utilities, plumbers, and other wash stockists. The reason why we do this is that for a very long time, most of these poor households have had a challenge of accessing credit services for their wash-related needs. For example, if a household wanted to do pit emptying, number one, they'll need a one-time fee, which is being paid to the service provider. So in most cases, you realize that they're unable to afford this one-time fee, or even sometimes they do not know some of these service providers. So Elfroads came into the space to offer that enabling financial environment and at the same time offer the linkage between the household and the service providers. So for their pit emptying, water connection services, as well as upgrading the existing sanitation facilities. This in a bigger shell has translated into a safe environment for everyone, as well as created a positive impact within the community that we serve. So our clientele base composed of the poor households within the low-income communities. So before we finance any of the clients, appraisal is the first thing we do. So number one, these watch services, like I said before, we focus on the landlords. But then there are other tenants that also make decisions when it comes to sanitation improvements within their locality. So we target landlords as aware of minimizing the default rate. This is your plot, there is no way you're going to. But if it's a tenant, there has to be that consent that is coming from the landlord. So all in all, the product is designed for landlords or caretakers whose decision lies squarely on the landlord before the services is offered to them. So there has to be a landlord, that is number one. Number two, before the services is offered to you, one of the Elfroads representative will have to go and ascertain the source of income from you. So we come and evaluate how much you earn from the rentals, and if there is any second source of earning that you have. So let's say, for example, it is likely that a landlord will get maybe 10,000 Kenyan shillings for rent monthly, as being the lowest amount from the existing data that we have. When you look at the credits that we give them, they are tailored towards that low amount of money that they earn. For example, if a landlord income is less than, let's say, just 10,000, a service provider will advise them to talk to the service provider who is going to give these services. One trip of pit emptying, for example, costs around 5,000 or 6, thereabout. Most of these pit latrines, the maximum trips that can be done is 3. So if you take 5 or maybe 6,000 times, that is 18,000. Elfroads loans goes for a span of 4 months with a very small margin put on top of the principal amount. So we spread this money for 4 months. Even if you're earning 10,000 from the rental income, for 4 months that will be 40,000. But you've been given a loan of, let's say, 15,000 with a small margin on top of it. For a period of 4 months out of what you earn, chances are you are likely to pay this money 98%. That is one. Number two, we also focus on spreading the loan risks to third parties. That is, the landlord also need to have some people are guaranteeing for them, let's say a son or maybe a daughter, somebody who is also active financially. So in cases of them being unable to repay the money, the burden can be spread upon to the third parties. But the key thing here is the affordability aspect that comes with what we are doing. They make the modality of loan repayment as simple as possible. So as a company, our focus is first of all to understand your financial history, work on it, advise you and give you what befits you. This has made it possible for most of these clients that we serve to reach out to in terms of the repayment. The biggest gap that we have is to sustain the growth. Majority of these households need these services, but as elf rods, we still have that the liquidity aspect where we cannot reach out to all the clans that need the services. So we still believe that for us to sustain the growth, we need to increase our capital base to reach out to everyone that needs the services. There is a big opportunity within the low-income communities. I'll give you an example. Of every 10 pits that you sample today.
Biashara ya hapa inajulikana kama Abasava Enterprises kwa jina ya kampuni. Kampuni inajihusisha na rings, na hii toilet slabs na water channels. Hii biashara tunafanya kwa sababu tuliona kuna hizi hapa Homa Bay kuna hii loose soils mingi na shida ya toilets kuanguka. Sasa lazima these toilets to make rings za kwenda kuingiza ndani so that izuie hii soils isianguke kama choo imetengenezwa. Then hii slabs, toilet slabs tunaweka juu so that ina stabilize hii choo ikuwe stable, isisingi na mtu. Slabs ya choo tunatengeneza na materials mingi. Ya kwanza tunatengeneza tunaweka ndani kokoto, mchanga na simiti. Tunapochanganya tunaweka ndani waya. Inafungwa vizuri then inawekwa hapo. Sasa ndiye saidie mtoto asianguke ndani ama mtu yoyote isisingi ianguke ndani. Hii ni septic, tunafunika nayo septic. Then hapo hivyo tunaweka manual kadogo, sasa ikija mtu anachota na hapo. Clients wako wengi. Tuna deal na watu wa shule, hospitals, private people's their homes, NGOs and private businesses, hotels. And hapa changamoto yenye tunapitia ni tunakosa lack of materials. Zingine ni lack of transport. So that tunakosa, sasa tunafika mahali penye tumekosa customer, tujampelekea vitu zake on time. Another things ni tunakosa lack of this water resistant cement. Haiko hapo Homa Bay. So sasa inabidi iletwe kutoka mbali ifika hapa. So inachelewa. Homa Bay kuna clients wengi wenye wanahitaji hizi vitu. But sasa wengine wakikuja wanakuambia uko na hii yenye iko na ya kukaa. So unajua kuna wale sometimes hawa wenye wale wamama wamezeeka wanataka hizi choo za kukaa. So wanahitaji hizo. Sasa unaona kama hatuna hizo, wanasema baadaye. Wengine wanangoja kwa muda mrefu. So that wana lose hope, wengine wanaona unawadanganya. Wanaongoja, wanatengeneza kitu yenye ya kwao yenye haitawasaidia kwa muda mrefu. Clients wako wengi so that ndio wanaona nakwambia hata kuwaserve hatuwezi waserve wote mara moja. Tunaserve nusu, wengine tunangoja. Sasa kama tunaweza pata mtu mwenye anaweza ingia kwa hii biashara ama kampuni yoyote inaweza tusaidia, tuongeze nguvu, wakuje tufanye nao pamoja, tupate kuendeleza tufikie hawa makastoma wote, wa supply wote. Biashara ya hapa inajulikana kama Abasava Enterprises kwa jina ya kampuni. Kampuni inajihusisha na rings, na hii toilet slabs na water channels. Hii biashara tunafanya kwa sababu tuliona kuna hizi hapa Homa Bay kuna hii loose soils mingi na shida ya toilets kuanguka. Sasa lazima these toilets to make rings za kwenda kuingiza ndani so that izuie hii soils isianguke kama choo imetengenezwa. Then hii slabs, toilet slabs tunaweka juu so that ina stabilize hii choo ikuwe stable, isisingi na mtu. Slabs ya choo tunatengeneza na materials mingi. Ya kwanza tunatengeneza tunaweka ndani kokoto, mchanga na simiti. Tunapochanganya tunaweka ndani waya. Inafungwa vizuri, then inawekwa hapo. Sasa ndiye saidie mtoto asianguke ndani ama mtu yoyote isisingi yaanguke ndani. Hii ni septic, tunafunika nayo septic. Then hapo hivyo tunaweka manual kadogo, sasa ikija mtu anachota na hapo. Clients wako wengi. Tuna deal na watu wa shule, hospitals, private people's their homes, NGOs and private businesses, hotels. And hapa changamoto yenye tunapitia ni tunakosa lack of materials. Zingine ni lack of transport. So that tunakosa, sasa tunafika mahali penye tumekosa customer.
amount from the existing data that we have. When you look at the credits that we give them, they are tailored towards that low amount of money that they earn. For example, if a landlord income is...
People within the sector who want to actually venture in the business of looking at this wastewater as a resource and not just waste. So if you go through the compendium of sanitation technologies, we are looking at 9 systems that can be used to actually transform human waste into a resource. And for example, if I could talk about the system number 5, the biogas system, this is a system whereby you inject human waste into the system, and then you're able to anaerobically digest it. You can co-digest with other substrates to improve on the efficiency of the system and the effectiveness. And then whatever you get out of it is a biofuel and digest it. If you look at this, the biofuel could be packaged and sold. This is a source of revenue. The biofuel could be used in the kitchens, and the digested being an area that really focuses on cash crops like sugarcane, like maize and Napier. We could come around and empower these farmers to appreciate and really embrace the use of human manure as fertilizer. And this is a great opportunity whereby we can really move from depending on this other type of fertilizers and invest in this human waste fertilizer, so that we are creating an opportunity around sanitation. The other opportunity that exists is that most of these peri-urban areas, sanitation facilities are not accessed by the exhausters. But currently we have some of the options and solutions in the market, like the portable poo-poo pump that can be used to access the toilets and then suck the sludge within the toilets before being transported to the lagoons. Linked to this opportunity is the need for sensitization. Most people are not aware of such opportunities, and if well financed, we could be able to come in and do sensitization and also procure some of these poo-poo pumps to help in the management of the fecal sludge. In Zuwasco, as a water services provider, we are mandated by the Lake Victoria North Waterworks Development Agency to provide cost-effective, potable, clean water and also sanitation services to the people of Bungoma County. Our headquarters is in Webuye, but we serve the entire Bungoma County with the conventional sewer network, whereby we collect water from the user points and transport the wastewater to the lagoons, where they are treated and then released to the existing water body. Zuwasco serves the urban and peri-urban areas of Bungoma. These are industrial customers. We are serving commercial customers and also domestic customers. At the lagoon, at the entry, we have screens to separate unwanted material from the wastewater that is going to be treated. Then the water is able to go into the first pond, known as the primary ponds. The aim of taking the water into the primary ponds is to disintegrate the highly infectious and safe organic waste, to biodegrade it through aerobic digestion, and then the water further goes to the secondary ponds and then to the tertiary ponds before we release it into the river.
Western Kenya Sanitation Project is a USAID funded project running for 5 years from 2022 to 2027, with the aims of creating a financially sustainable, replicable and locally owned marketplace in sanitation and menstrual hygiene management. The objectives of this project are, number 1, to increase the access and uptake of sanitation products as well as the fecal sludge management products. Number 2 is to increase the uptake and access of menstrual hygiene management products. And number 3 is to support in creating an enabling environment. And this one includes the policy support with the relevant local and also international government to be able to support the enabling environment that would ensure that there is increase to menstrual hygiene management products and sanitation as well. Under access to finance, the project is looking for financial institutions as key partners. Basically because sanitation and menstrual hygiene management is one area that has been has seen little funding from the financiers because of the challenges that they have faced to be able to know the relevant business model, the relevant products, and how to approach the product development in this area. So WKSP has been working in trying to create a transformative and innovative market in sanitation products and linking this market with the relevant financiers. And this market, I mean basically the households, entrepreneurs, and manufacturers of these products. Then, once we have supported them in product development and helping them on how they can market for their products and be able to come up with relevant product offerings, we link them with the financial institutions who are able now to develop financing solutions to be able to address the challenges that are faced by these entrepreneurs and households. So we are looking for such key partners because we believe that financiers play a major role, and this has happened in other sectors apart from sanitation and menstrual hygiene management sector. So the reason why we are looking for financial institutions potential partners is because we hope that they can be able to create relevant products for sanitation and menstrual hygiene management in their portfolio. And by so doing, in the long run, they make these products as part of their overall portfolio. The financial institutions have shown previously that they play a very major role in market-based approaches. And this has been seen by many other sectors that they have been able to be involved in and provide relevant tailor-made financing products that has enabled these sectors to grow. So the market-based approach that Western Kenya Sanitation Project is using utilizes some of these experiences. And already we have done assessments to check
financing in this area. We will be able to serve our people better. And the second area that needs financing is rehabilitation. Our systems are dilapidated and they need revamping because the current system is always overwhelmed and we keep on having overflows, infiltration into the groundwater, and silting and rainwater coming into the system. There is a lot of silting and they really have to do the silting during maintenance. The current system that we have is not able to serve the whole population, so it means that we could have some on-site sanitation, then non-sewered sanitation. Like when you go through this compendium of sanitation technologies, we have a variety of systems that we can invest into so that we are able to merge with the existing sewer systems to serve our people better. For example, if we have the non-sewered systems like the DTFs, the decentralized transfer facilities, and also the septic tanks, once these facilities are full, they will need emptying. So if we use our exhausters for emptying, we see an opportunity because the existing exhausters within the county do not meet the demand. So there's an opportunity for exhauster services. There's an opportunity for disinfection services because once we disinfect these facilities, we will be creating an opportunity for the disinfectors and also the chemicals that are going to be used. We'll be creating an opportunity for those who manufacture the PPEs, the personal protective equipment, and we'll also be creating an opportunity for those people within the sector who want to actually venture in the business of looking at this wastewater as a resource and not just waste. So if you go through the compendium of sanitation technologies, we are looking at 9 systems that can be used to actually transform human waste into a resource. And for example, if I could talk about the system number 5, the biogas system, this is a system whereby you inject human waste into the system, and then you're able to anaerobically digest it. You can co-digest with other substrates to improve on the efficiency of the system and the effectiveness. And then whatever you get out of it is a biofuel and digested. If you look at this, the biofuel could be packaged and sold. This is a source of revenue. The biofuel could be used in the kitchens, and the digested being an area that really focuses on cash crops like sugarcane, like maize and Napier. We could come around and empower these farmers to appreciate and really embrace the use of human manure as fertilizer. And this is a great opportunity whereby we can really move from depending on this other type of fertilizers and invest in this human waste fertilizer, so that we are creating an opportunity around sanitation. The other opportunity that exists is that most of these peri-urban areas, sanitation facilities are not accessed by the exhausters. But currently we have some of the options and solutions in the market, like the portable poo-poo pump that can be used to access the toilets and then suck the sludge within the toilets before being transported to the lagoons. Linked to this opportunity is the need for sensitization. Most people are not aware of such opportunities, and if well financed, we will be able to come in and do sensitization and also procure some of these poo-poo pumps to help in the management of the fecal sludge. In Zowasco, as a water services provider, we are mandated by the Lake Victoria North Waterworks Development Agency to provide cost-effective, potable, clean water and also sanitation services to the people of Bungoma County. Our headquarters is in Webuye, but we serve the entire Bungoma County with the conventional sewer network, whereby we collect water from the user points and transport the wastewater to the lagoons, where they are treated and then released to the existing water body. Zowasco serves the urban and peri-urban areas of Bungoma. These are industrial customers. We are serving commercial customers and also domestic customers. At the lagoon, at the entry, we have screens to separate unwanted material from the wastewater that is going to be treated. Then the water is able to go into the first pond, known as the primary ponds. The aim of taking the water into the primary ponds is to disintegrate the highly infectious and safe organic waste, to biodegrade it through aerobic digestion, and then the water further goes to the secondary ponds and then to the tertiary ponds before we release it into the river, which is safe to go back into the ecosystem. Before we release the water into the existing ecosystem, we have to ensure that we do spot checks to ensure that we conform to the WASREB and the NEMA standards. So the missing gap here is that we don't have our own lab that is accredited to do external wastewater tests, and if financed, we will appreciate if we have the lab accredited, and then we are able to do our tests here to monitor any upcoming issues and trends within the water, and then we can be able to also do external tests for other partners and earn revenue from such. And when it comes to the current trends in sanitation, like we are not just talking about water and sanitation, we talk about water, sanitation, hygiene and drainage. And I see that if we combine the hygiene part with the water and sanitation, then we have a lot of opportunities for hygiene promotion and market-based hygiene solutions, plus the drainage solutions. We could have drainage systems that cater for stormwater and really ensure that our conventional systems are not overwhelmed by the stormwater, and also this will help to reduce overflows. It will help to ensure that we contain the water and to the lagoons at the design capacity. By so doing, we'll ensure that we are meeting the Sustainable Development Goal number 6 that really emphasizes on clean and safe water and basic sanitation to all. The other thing, when we ensure that we have clean water and also safe water being returned into our rivers, the wastewater is safely treated, we will ensure that we are really in control of the water, energy and food nexus, so that we have enough water, energy is sufficient to be utilized within the systems, and there's also sufficient food for us. Moving forward, we are looking forward to be able to train people on financing within the sanitation sector, so that they are able to link the services that we offer in sanitation, the financial opportunities that we have, so that as we run the projects, we are able to be accountable for sustainability purposes. Another gap and area that we can invest into that is currently trending is ensuring that when we treat the wastewater to required standards, we are also able to reach the net zero plus, that is ensuring that we are putting the global warming in check and we are not contributing the greenhouse gases. Whatever we have allocated for sanitation is limiting and not enough to enable us to rehabilitate, to enable us to expand our sewer systems, and also to come up with new innovative ways of serving people in sanitation. The areas that we will really consider for financing will be construction of new sewer systems, so as to cater for the upcoming estates and the mushrooming estates. The demand has gone up, population has grown, but the system still remains as it was constructed, and therefore the system is overwhelmed. If given financing in this area, we will be able to serve our people better. And the second area that needs financing is rehabilitation. Our systems are dilapidated and they need revamping, because the current system is always overwhelmed and we keep on having overflows, infiltration into the groundwater, and silting and rainwater coming into the system. There is a lot of silting and they really have to do the silting during maintenance. The current system that we have is not able to serve the whole population, so it means that we could have some on-site sanitation, then non-sewered sanitation. Like when you go through this compendium of sanitation technologies, we have a variety of systems that we can invest into, so that we are able to merge with the existing sewer systems to serve our people better. For example, if we have the non-sewered systems like the DTFs, the decentralized transfer facilities, and also the septic tanks, once these facilities are full, they will need emptying. So if we use our exhausters for emptying, we see an opportunity, because the existing exhausters within the county do not meet the demand. So there's an opportunity for exhauster services. There's an opportunity for disinfection services, because once we disinfect these facilities, we will be creating an opportunity for the disinfectors and also the chemicals that are going to be used. We'll be creating an opportunity for those who manufacture the PPEs, the personal protective equipment, and we'll also be creating an opportunity for those people within the sector who want to actually venture in the business of looking at this wastewater as a resource and not just waste. So if you go through the compendium of sanitation technologies, we are looking at 9 systems that can be used to actually transform human waste into a resource. And for example, if I could talk about the system number 5, the biogas system, this is a system whereby you inject human waste into the system, and then you're able to anaerobically digest it. You can co-digest with other substrates to improve on the efficiency of the system and the effectiveness. And then whatever you get out of it is a biofuel and digested. If you look at this, the biofuel could be packaged and sold. This is a source of revenue. The biofuel could be used in the kitchens, and the digested being an area that really focuses on cash crops like sugarcane, like maize and napier. We could come around and empower these farmers to appreciate and really embrace the use of human manure as fertilizer. And this is a great opportunity whereby we can really move from depending on this other type of fertilizers and invest in this human waste fertilizer, so that we are creating an opportunity around sanitation. The other opportunity that exists is that most of these peri-urban areas, sanitation facilities are not accessed by the exhausters. But currently we have some of the options and solutions in the market, like the portable poo-poo pump that can be used to access the toilets and then suck the sludge within the toilets before being transported to the lagoons. Linked to this opportunity is the need for sensitization. Most people are not aware of such opportunities, and if well financed, we will be able to come in and do sensitization and also procure some of this.
Of course, looking at the solutions on matter sanitation and menstrual hygiene management. Moving forward, I would like to invite our Chief Party, Dr. Paul Ren, who will come and give speak to us, tell us about the process, tell us about the issues, tell us about leadership directions, tell us about policy. Welcome, Dr. Paul Ren. Thereafter, he will proceed to appreciate the participants who really participated in the process. Thank you, sir.
Very good afternoon to all of us. I'm sure for the participants, we must be growing a bit anxious to know what the outcome is. But first, allow me to say a few things regarding the process that has been and the next steps. So, my colleague, our Grants and Strategic Activity Fund Manager, did take us through yesterday, for those who are here, through the process that we followed as a project to get to this stage. And I wish to again repeat what he said, but also with additional information. So for the contestants, you may appreciate that this has been a very competitive process. Having been released in the national dailies sometimes in March, having gone through a number of steps, interacted with us, gone through the concept stage, and up to this very level where each one of you had the opportunity to defend your innovations, speak about it, and clarify any additional areas that were not clear to the judges. Most importantly, I wish to thank you, the contestants, who responded to this call. We had more than 100 applications or responses. Out of this, 100 and through a very rigorous process that involved both internal and external independent evaluation teams, we listed 15 that reached to this stage. And from us, everybody who reached this stage is a winner. We congratulate each one of the 15 entities. Allow me also to mention that some of these innovations that were showcased here today will be awarded. However, in awarding these entities, we recognize and appreciate the fact that none of these entities can be able to directly answer to all of the project objectives. And in appreciation of that fact, we intend to go back into the very long list of applications in the event that the judges provides a response that we probably need to interrogate certain elements of the project objectives. Then we shall go back into the very long list, into the pool of applicants, to see if some of them might still be subjected to the very, very process that this team was subjected to. But in addition to that, this is the very first wave of the hackathon that we released. We anticipate at least 3 more waves over the next 3 years. And so for those who may not be lucky today, we want to tell you and assure you that there is an opportunity to work with us, there is an opportunity to still build and strengthen your pitch. But even those who will be lucky to be granted today, we want to encourage you to continue exploring other innovations that can help in addressing the wider set of objectives that we have as a project. Now this afternoon as well, in our midst is another set of 3 partners that we shall also get to know at some point. And this set of partners are grantees that we shall also be announcing an award of up to 45 million Kenya shillings to these 3 entities. So this is a process that also began just like the hackathon in a very competitive process. And we had a final list of 5. 3 will be awarded today. We expect that the additional 2 will be awarded between the next 1 or 2 weeks. Fundamentally, the project, as you may all appreciate, seeks to address systemic sanitation and menstrual hygiene challenges in Western Kenya region. And we do this through multiple approaches. First is that we partner with local institutions and organizations, primarily the county governments, and of course the civil society, the private sector, and all other partners to address enabling environment, from policy to access to finance, to strengthening local institutions to be fit for purpose. Secondly, we also work with our partners to address socio-cultural issues that undermines the gains in the sanitation and menstrual hygiene space. And of course, finally, we work with our partners and the county governments to deepen and entrench the concept of market-based sanitation, primarily for purposes of sustainability. And so today, some of those that will be awarded will be answering to some of those areas that I've mentioned. Some may not be awarded. But before we go into the stage of knowing who will be awarded and who will not be, I said all the contestants are winners. And for us, we have a special way of appreciating the winners. And to help me appreciate these winners, I will request Her Excellency, the First Lady for Kakamega, Professor Baraza, to step forward and help us appreciate the first batch of contestants.
Good afternoon. I know all of us have held our breath, isn't it? You're wondering who's going to be first and who's going to be last. But we have been told all of us are winners, isn't it? So just go and relax. Africa Digital Media Institute. Africa Digital Media Institute. Please come forward for your certificate.
So, and this is what the certificate reads. Certificate of participation awarded to Africa Digital Media Institute for exemplary participation at the 2023 USAID-funded Western Kenya Sanitation Project Hackathon for sustainable market-based approaches in sanitation and menstrual hygiene management. Congratulations.
Next is Arumulo, East Africa. Arumulo, East Africa. Let's keep clapping for them. Center for Advisory Counseling and Support Services, CACAS.
Thank you, Excellency, and congratulations to those who've been awarded. Now, the next set of contestants will be appreciated by Mama Bungoma. Your Excellency, most welcome.
EnviroPad Watch Solution Community-Based Organization. Community-based organization. Wapigie makofi tafadhali. Gender, Environment and Sustainable Development, GESD. Kuja kwa fujo na maringo. Kenya Limited. Cheer them on. Beautiful. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. The next set of winners will be appreciated by Mama Migori County, Her Excellency Dr. Agnes Ochieng.
Good afternoon. The first group is JQuat. Hallelujah. You remember Hallelujah? Congratulations. The next one is Kenya Water for Health Organization, Kwako. The next group is Opero.
Thank you so much, Mama Migori County. The next set of contestants will be appreciated by Her Excellency Betty Murugi Morengo, Mama Siaya.
Drum roll, calling up Sanedi.
So much, His Excellency. Next time we'll ensure that we have many contestants so that we have many more to give. And the very last set of contestants will be appreciated by Her Excellency Madam Daribo from Igira County.
Webuye West Maendeleo ya Wanawake Organization. Hey, even men are Maendeleo ya Wanawake. Wezesha Binti Foundation. Continue clapping. The very last one is Mama Agnes Ochido Foundation. Clap for them. We continue encouraging them. These ones I can remember they had taught me. Yeah. Asanteni sana. Yesterday we said periods are normal and normal. They are normal and normal. That is what we should keep. Thank you.
Excellencies, and once again, congratulations to all the 15 contestants. So this hackathon, by the very nature that we are in sanitation and menstrual hygiene business, is all about being shitty and bloody, right? It's all about being shitty and and on that note, allow me to welcome our honorable judges. The white smoke is finally out. And as the judges get settled down, I wish to very sincerely thank the judges who have been able to really withstand a lot of pressure. As the rest of us were taking a break, having lunch, the judges were in their working room, writing the judgment, working out the next steps, and making sure that everything is delivered in a timely manner. And you can attest that they just arrived on time. So congratulations to you, as well as we congratulate, as much as we congratulate the contestants, we also wish to thank you and congratulate you, the judges, in a very, very special way. I think they deserve it. Now, the moment we've been waiting for is here. The judges are ready, all smiles. Somebody's not smiling here. Neville, what's the problem? They are all smiles, and we want to hear the judgment. We want to know who out of the 15 contestants will be awarded the monies today. And so to take us through that phase, I will request the chairperson of the judges panel to step forward and read the judgment. Daktari, most welcome.
Thank you very much. Her Excellencies, the First Ladies, ladies and gentlemen, in the last 2 days, we have been gathered here to provide long-lasting solutions that will cushion and provide our communities from health risks caused by poor sanitation and hygiene. It has been an intensive process, and we'd like to appreciate the entire team that has made this process a success. We wish to appreciate our very able candidates who have demonstrated serious effort in providing solutions to the challenges that have been highlighted by the hackathon call. Secondly, we appreciate Her Excellencies, the First Ladies of the Elder counties, and the entire audience. And finally, we want to appreciate our moderators who, for the well-planned and executed program. Her Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on 6th March 2023, WKSP issued a call for concept papers that was intended to provide an opportunity for the interested applicants to showcase innovation that identified technology-based solutions to address sanitation and health checks. The judges have carefully considered all the applications. And as was said by Simon Sinek, and I quote, "We achieve more when we chase the dream instead of competition." Out of the 15 concepts, we have considered 7 concepts for the potential award. The detailed report of this process will be shared by the USAID WKSP to each candidate as feedback. And I'd like to call upon Bill and his team, Kerek, to take on from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. That was the verdict of the judges. I know I was beginning to hear the specific names of the organizations, which everyone is waiting for. For this process, I just want to explain one. For us, the entire 7 organizations are all winners, owing to the nature of our project. We believe is a process that will ensure we walk through with them in terms of ensuring they achieve. So, as I explained this during the winners conference, we are doing a 12-month trial period to cap at 10 million Kenyan shillings with an extension, probable extension after the trial for another 2 years again. So that's why we're saying all of the 7 are winners, all capped at 10 million Kenyan shillings, all of them. So I will explain more after that to the winning candidates. Otherwise, thank you so much.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is the verdict of the judges and not mine, right? And so I have the latitude to hide behind the judges. Now, with that, may I request that Bill hands over the sealed envelope from the judges so that we know who out of the 15 are the winners. I think it's always sweet that you walk away with a check from such a process. I'm sure Bill is working out on the checks. So, and the moment is here, and the sealed envelope has been opened. Time to know what the judge's decision was. On the list, Center for Advisory, Counseling and Support Services. Mama Siaya to come and hand over.
Center for Advisory, Counseling and Support Services. Congratulations, you hackathoners, for receiving the award of 10 million
Thank you so much. We are so humbled. What has happened today, God is God. And this win is a win for Bungoma, a win for Western Kenya, a win for Nyanza, a win for all of us. Because we are truly determined to transform our communities. God bless us. Well done.
Amesema sini God. Amesema sini God. And I'm glad she said we are all winners. It's a win for us. So the next on the list. The next on the list is none other than Inteko, Kenya. I request Mama Migori, Her Excellency Dr. Chilo, to please.
Congratulations.
Today, usually when we're presenting, it's just the tip of the iceberg. So I'm happy that a lot of our work was recognized.
Thank you so much. And you know, it was clarified by our Grants and Strategic Activity Fund manager that this is to finance a 12-month trial period with a possibility of an extended period and of course extended funding. So nikionjo tu, si ndio? Okay. Next on the list. next on the list is vijana wa sukari. Walisema you can use sugarcane. Wash Solution Community Organization. Now, to award them, may I request Her Excellency Mama Bungoma to come forward.
Congratulations, I have sugarcane, so I'll donate for you to continue doing your work. Environment Wash Solution CBO, 10 million Kenya shillings. One of you make a comment, please, or a little speech.
Okay. Clearly I'm nervous, but I'll try. Your Excellencies, Chief of Party, judges, colleagues, and all shareholders, we are grateful for this achievement, and we feel that it's still not 100%. We invite any comment or improvement from your side. We are open for even cooperation because we are all fighting a common goal. Thank you so much. God bless.
The list is still long. Now, next on the list is Sunwise Technologies. Sunwise Technologies, may I request Mama Kakamega, Professor Baraza,
Congratulations. Sunwise Technologies, 10 million shillings. Do we have the comment?
Thank you very much. We appreciate this. And we appreciate you guys for giving us an opportunity as people coming from the low-income areas to solve our problems. Thank you very much, and we appreciate it. This is the way and we work so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sunwise. Now, next on the list is Opero Services with their vertical cleaning. To help Farmers Award Opera Services, may I request Her Excellency, Madam Nyaribo from Nyamira to come.
So Opera Services wins 10 million shillings.
Thank you for this opportunity. We are very much thrilled to receive this award, and we would like to extend our appreciation to WKSP and all participants for supporting innovators and pamoja tuendelee kufanya kazi. Thank you.
I say the list is long. The next contestant who made it for an award is Arumlu, East Africa. Now, inside the room we have a special category of partners, and I will request one special category of partners to come and award this team. Often forgotten and very, very important is our media partners. Any representative from the media, Kefa Otieno, I can see you from the back. Please, on behalf of the media team, may you kindly come and
Congratulations to East Africa for the award of 10 million shillings.
It's an honor standing part of the team selected at this competitive hackathon. We want to thank everyone. We are honored. We look forward to working improving our sanitation and also sustainable sanitation. Thank you.
congratulations to Team Arumlu. Now, before I name the last, in the list of 7, right before we took a break for lunch, there was a special category of our partners that were given an opportunity to speak. And these were the FIs, financial institutions. Now that was for a purpose. And particularly because one of the very critical considerations that we will look into before we graduate those who have today been awarded 10 billion Kenya shillings over the next 12 months, before we graduate them to the next stage, will be the bankability of those innovations, the financial viability. And for those who are keen enough, you may have realized that a lot of questions from the judges were around sustainability, specifically fiscal sustainability, the business model, commercial viability, market penetration and niche, and of course, all matters to do with brand strengthening and visibility. And so that special category of partners are very important to us because we encourage each of these partners that have today been awarded to ensure that you begin to have a clear record of bankability or commercial viability. You will need it. It will come in very, very handy in the next stage. Now, I say that because the next and the last in the list of 7 will be handed over by a representative from the financial institutions. I see at the very back a representative from NCBA. May you please step forward so that you hand this over. And of course, as she walks up, may I now take the privilege of naming the last in the list of 15 that have been considered for the award. This is the last in the list of 15. We still have 3 additional awards, which we will clarify. Now, the last in this category is Kenya Water for Health Organization, WACO.
Let's appreciate them. It's at this point that we even want to do we know how to? Let's clap for them as we make
Your Excellencies, and the judges, and all the participants that we came together on this journey. We are quite humbled as well, quite grateful. This money for sure is going to go a long way. We've already had 66% of all people don't have those safe retreats. So this money will go a long way to help these people. We are quite excited and quite excited that we are in this. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Congratulations to Kwabo. Now, before the judges walked in, I did mention that today we will also have a second category of awards. And this award goes to 3 different local organizations. It is an award with a total amount of 50 million going to 3 local organizations. This is for a grant mechanism that began sometimes early in the year. It's been a long, protracted process. Again, very competitive. And with us here are those partners or representatives of those organizations that will receive these awards. Now, since this is high voltage, I will request Your Excellency, the Chair of the Lake Region Economic Bloc First Ladies Caucus, to please come and
Good afternoon again. Today we are here to award a grant from USAID to Inua Dada. Of 16 million Kenyan shillings. We are signing it. So, Inua Dada,
Thank you so much, WPSP, the judges. This is the first step of many. For everyone in this space, I think we're all allies in trying to achieve justice in the space of sanitation and menstrual health. We're very honored, we're very grateful to this incredible team, Lorena and Romanis, and to the excellencies of First Ladies. Thank you so much, we appreciate it. Thank you.
the next winner of a grant is KUAP. Are you in the house? So KUAP wins a grant of 15.7 million.
Wants to say something? First of all, I want to thank God for all this. I know He stood with us and enabled us to achieve this. Secondly, this is going to benefit our beneficiaries, which is our struggle. Thirdly, I want to say we are committed to deliver. Thank you so much.
The next grantee who wins 18.4 million is SEP SEP. Alone, will he manage 18 million? He wins 18.389 million.
Thank you so much. To your excellencies, the first ladies, the chief of party, friends and comrades. This is such a day that I've never seen. A long-awaited moment has come, and history has been made. On behalf of SEP, we should have been more than one person, but I'm representing the entire team. So we thank you so much to the colleagues who are here. This is not now a competitive process. We need to bring our synergies together and achieve the objectives in this ground. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
So today, USAID has given a grant to 3 organizations, a total of 120,728,101 shillings. To everybody who is a winner in this house, which means it's all of us, and for those who won cash awards, I want to wish you well. I also want to urge you to use the finances you have gotten wisely. Use it to change our situation, use it to change your communities, use it to make a positive change in the sanitation and menstrual hygiene management in your counties or in your organizations or in your communities. Let it be better. We will always remember that periods are they are normal and noble. What are periods? Normal and noble. So all of us who have gotten an award today, even those who are going to do other works, kindly remember that the women in your communities require your help. Let us continue to innovate in that space. Let us continue to innovate in the sanitation space. And I believe that this region will be better someday with all our efforts. Thank you very much for listening to me.
With those closing remarks from Her Excellency, I'm reminded that protocol demands that we only end at that. But before we end, allow me to express my appreciation first and foremost to USAID Western Kenya Sanitation Project team. I have always said, and I keep saying again and again and again, that I work with a team that, given a second chance, a 3rd chance, a 4th, and probably 10 chances, I would want to work with this team again. It is a team that I feel proud about because of the very, very dedication that you have towards the transformation of menstrual hygiene and sanitation space. So I want to give you special thanks to the team because you made it possible. Secondly, to our team of partners, we do have, including in the panel of judges, independent judges that joined us from Great Lakes University, from Kenya Climate Innovation Center, from University of Nairobi, and of course Redland, as was explained to us. So to Susan, Professor Kroda, and Dr. Karina, we truly appreciate you. I dare say that because our processes adheres to very, very high procurement integrity and process, including grant mechanism, these judges have been serving voluntarily and providing their technical background. In fact, when they were reading the bios yesterday, you may recall, for instance, like the case of Professor Kroda, a double permanent secretary, a distinguished professor, a practitioner, taking his time to provide his technical capability in support of sanitation and menstrual hygiene. I think the best we can do is to ensure that we deploy these resources in the best way possible so that the time and dedication they invested does not go into waste. Allow me also to appreciate each and every contestant, not just the 15 that were here with us, but also the more than 100 that took their time to apply. Normally, one thing for those who handle procurements, whenever you float an opportunity and applications will not come, then you first go back into the processes that you employ. It is either you don't circulate it enough, or you design it in a way that it's cute and so obvious, or you introduce red tapes that almost makes it impossible, especially for grassroots institutions like those that have been awarded here today, to win, and therefore it may discourage. And so I want to thank each of the more than 100 that took their time to apply, and the patience, because this has been quite a number of stages. From the application, proof of concept, development of a full proposal, the bidders conference, the workshops, the days, back and forth, a lot of questions, especially on the budget. And I can assure you our grants and strategic activity fund manager can be very, very keen, almost to a point of being petty, on the numbers. He likes releasing his monies, but again, he only releases money when he's sure about it. Allow me also to thank our special category of partners, starting with the media. This morning, one of Her Excellencies shared with me a clip that read yesterday on KTN. And before I could run through it to understand, I see an email on my phone that, hey, I saw this on TV and I think there's an opportunity for us to partner. Now, the media has been very, very instrumental, not just in terms of making sure that what we do is communicated, but properly communicated. And I particularly love the message that it carried on the discussion between dispensing and providing free condoms and provision of free sanitary towels. While as a project we strongly encourage market-based approaches, we also believe that a complementarity mechanism must be explored. And therefore, we want to thank you, the media, in a very special way. And of course, the financial institutions, I mentioned some of them. They were here, they spoke. But this is a category of partners that for us, in the market-based approach to programming, without access to finance, there is no market strengthening. And so we want to thank them because they have worked with us right from the beginning. They keep working with us, and they take their time to speak about the different products. And most importantly, they not just take their time, but also ensure that they design products that speaks to the needs of the local communities that we serve. To us, that is something to cherish. Now, yesterday we had the representative of the Vice Chancellor from Great Lakes University. He did not just speak for Great Lakes University, but he also represented research institutions and academia, which includes TVETs that have become a very primary part of WKSP. We thank you to our research and academia partners, and we look forward to further engagement. Generally, the civil society, non-governmental organizations, we cannot thrive without you. Stronger, we are strong, but also we thrive. As I conclude with my vote of thanks, Your Excellency, the First Ladies, I saved the best for the last. Through the chairperson of the Elder First Ladies Caucus, when we spoke, you gave me the assurance. I have disturbed and disturbed some of them. I had to, of course, speak to some of the governors and request kindly. A case in point is Migori. When I spoke to the governor, he said to me, Paul, just drop the call. I'm a bit busy, but someone will call you. The next call came from our county, confirming her participation. Now, I appreciate the many things that you have within your respective counties. For you to take time to engage with us, dedicating time, on time from morning through evening, asking a lot of questions, doing a lot of learnings. I also have to confess that I have learned quite a lot from you. And I was just telling somebody on the sidelines as we were breaking for lunch that perhaps this was either by design or there was a collusion somewhere. Because it is not possible that in one election you have this team of distinguished county first ladies, PhDs and professors. If somebody is not a distinguished scientist or researcher, a plant breeder, somebody is very distinguished somewhere in governance, somebody somewhere in international development, we truly appreciate you, not just because you are first ladies, but also the technical and professional acumen that you bring. I was perhaps challenged, and I shared this with one of my colleagues yesterday morning when Her Excellency, the CIA, County First Lady, spoke. On a very short notice, she asked me from breakfast, now Paul, what do you want me to say? And I said, just say what it is that you can say. And from top of the mind, I didn't even have that very history that you shared about the transformation agenda that we've had, and Kenya, through Njoki Ndung'u, being the very first to table issues of menstrual hygiene in Parliament, and you know, the lagging that we've done from that point, and the need for us to re-engage and breathe in a fresh impetus. I thought, and I walked to you and I said, we need to work together, and I want to use you as an instrument of transforming the enabling environment because of that background. So we truly appreciate, and seated next to Mama Bungoma and Mama Kakamega, we truly owe you a lot, and we assure you that WKSP is going everything possible to ensure that we transform the sanitation and menstrual hygiene landscape. We want to assure you that these partners that we've granted today are domiciled and going to work within your respective counties. Please reach out to them, please coordinate with them, please work with them, and where necessary, kindly provide them the entry point to the counties. Some of them are very nascent, as you may have seen, barely registered 3, 6 months, 1 year old, and they will need a lot of hand-holding. We trust in you and we look forward to further collaborations. With those many remarks, I wish to again extend my sincere appreciation to everyone, and as I do that, invite all of us to a cocktail reception. Let's mix up, let's mingle, let's exchange cards. I know each of the grantees had wanted a photo session with their excellencies, the county first ladies. So that might be a good opportunity before some of us travels. Thank you so much, and looking forward to further collaborations.
Well, I guess that is it. I cannot speak after my spoken. We need to go for the cocktail that we invited. Feel free to mingle. I created a big barrier, or we created a big barrier between you and the judges. It's an opportunity to get to know them in person and let's network, get to know what is it. Right. Thank you so much. I guess we will also let again the first ladies leave so that we don't interfere with the program. The first ladies, Your Excellency, you will be the first ones to go out.
Western Kenya Sanitation Project is a USAID funded project running for 5 years from 2022 to 2027 with the aims of creating a financially sustainable, replicable, and locally owned marketplace in sanitation and menstrual hygiene management. The objectives of this project are, number one, to increase the access and uptake of sanitation products as well as the fecal sludge management products. Number two is to increase the uptake and access of menstrual hygiene management products. And number three is to support in creating an enabling environment. And this one includes the policy support with the relevant local and also international government to be able to support the enabling environment that would ensure that there is increase to menstrual hygiene management products and sanitation as well. Under access to finance, the project is looking for financial institutions as key partners. Basically because sanitation and menstrual hygiene management is one area that has been has seen little funding from the financiers because of the challenges that they have faced to be able to know the relevant business model, the relevant products, and how to approach the product development in this area. So WKSP has been working in trying to create a transformative and innovative market in sanitation products and linking this market with the relevant financiers. And this market, I mean basically the households, entrepreneurs, and manufacturers of these products. Then, once we have supported them in product development and helping them on how they can market for their products and be able to come up with relevant product offerings, we link them with the financial institutions who are able now to develop financing solutions to be able to address the challenges that are faced by these entrepreneurs and households. So we are looking for such key partners because we believe that financiers play a major role, and this has happened in other sectors apart from sanitation and menstrual hygiene management sector. So the reason why we are looking for financial institutions potential partners is because we hope that they can be able to create relevant products for sanitation and menstrual hygiene management in their portfolio. And by so doing, in the long run, they make these products as part of their overall portfolio. The financial institutions have shown previously that they play a very major role in market-based approaches. And this has been seen by many other sectors that they have been able to be involved in and provide relevant tailor-made financing products that has enabled these sectors to grow. So the market-based approach that Western Kenya Sanitation Project is using utilizes some of these experiences. And already we have done assessments to check if there actually exist business models that are fundable. And by linking these businesses with the financiers, then we believe that in the long run, the financiers would be able to identify on their own and support others that are coming up as well. So from the assessments that was undertaken by WKSP, it came out clearly that most of the financial institutions staff do not understand the opportunities that exist in sanitation, financing, and menstrual hygiene management. So we open up this opportunity for them to be able to learn with us, to be able to experience that actually opportunities do exist, and then are able to develop relevant products that addresses these particular opportunities. The role of WKSP in supporting the financial institution partners are basically in various ways. One is that already through the scoping exercise that has been done, WKSP has mapped out potential customers for these financial institutions. We have identified households, we have identified artisans, as well as enterprises that are involved in sanitation and menstrual hygiene management. And most of them have got very good business models that can be funded. So these enterprises have been trained, artisans have been trained, and have been linked to various market mechanisms that enables them to be financially sustainable. And by so doing, if they interact with the financial institutions and be able to take a loan, then we are almost certain that they'll repay their loans with very little challenges, because they have been linked to the entire market network. If they are suppliers, we have linked them with the various suppliers of sanitation products, and they understand these products, and they have also been linked to customer segments, and they can enter into contracts with these customers and ensure that if payments come through, then we can design mechanisms where these payments can flow through the financial institutions. WKSP, on the other hand, is also looking at various mechanisms on how these financial institutions can be supported. From the scoping exercise, some of them indicated that they have got challenges on liquidity. Others are looking for de-risking mechanism, for example, having relevant guarantees in place. And others are looking for support in product development. So we'll discuss with each and every financial institution to be able to see what kind of support that can be offered by WKSP. And together, we can work towards making this sector a vibrant sector. Western Kenya Sanitation Project is a USAID funded project running for 5 years from 2022 to 2027, with the aims of creating a financially sustainable, replicable, and locally owned marketplace in sanitation and menstrual hygiene management. The objectives of this project are, number one, to increase the access and uptake of sanitation products, as well as the fecal sludge management products. Number 2 is to increase the uptake and access of menstrual hygiene management products. And number 3 is to support in creating an enabling environment. And this one includes the policy support with the relevant local and also international government to be able to support the enabling environment that would ensure that there is increase to menstrual hygiene management products and sanitation as well. Under access to finance, the project is looking for financial institutions as key partners. Basically because sanitation and menstrual hygiene management is one area that has been has seen little funding from the financiers because of the challenges that they have faced to be able to know the relevant business model, the relevant products, and how to approach the product development in this area. So WKSP has been working in trying to create a transformative and innovative market in sanitation products and linking this market with the relevant financiers. And this market, I mean basically the households, entrepreneurs, and manufacturers of these products. Then, once we have supported them in product development and helping them on how they can market for their products and be able to come up with relevant product offerings, we link them with the financial institutions who are able now to develop financing solutions to be able to address the challenges that are faced by these entrepreneurs and households. So we are looking for such key partners because we believe that financials play a major role.
Good evening. My name is Emily Nyaribo, the First Lady Nyamira County and the Chairperson, First Spouses of the Lake Region Economic Bloc. Once again, we want to thank USAID, Western Sanitation Project, for the program that they have had for the last 2 days. We want to thank them for giving an opportunity to young innovators in the space of sanitation and menstrual hygiene management. Today, out of the 15 contestants that had wonderful programs and projects, 7 of them were awarded 10 million each as startup for their projects. So for that, we want to truly thank the USAID Western Sanitation Project for giving them an opportunity. We also want to thank everyone who made an effort to come and present. Even if you didn't get the cash award, I hope that someday it will be your day. Just continue doing what you're doing, continue innovating. The space is empty, it needs you to fill it. You have a chance. As young persons, there is an opportunity for you to come up with new ideas on how we can manage the waste from our toilets, that is and how to keep our water clean. At the same time, new ways of managing the menstrual hygiene products and how to dispose of them. To the grantees who got a total of about 120 million shillings, we want to thank you too, and we want to urge you to use the funds that you got wisely to assist the communities in which you work and let there be a visible change so that it is not business as usual. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
It's fine. That's all. All right, so I think
management, and most of them have got very good business models that can be funded. So these enterprises have been trained, artisans have been trained and have been linked to various market mechanisms that enables them to be financially sustainable. And by so doing, if they interact with the financial institutions and be able to take a loan, then we are almost certain that they'll repay their loans with very little challenges, because they have been linked to the entire market network. If they are suppliers, we have linked them with the various suppliers of sanitation products, and they understand these products, and they have also been linked to customer segments, and they can enter into contracts with these customers and ensure that if payments come through, then we can design mechanisms where these payments can flow through the financial institutions. WKSP, on the other hand, is also looking at various mechanisms on how these financial institutions can be supported. From the scoping exercise, some of them indicated that they have got challenges on liquidity. Others are looking for de-risking mechanism, for example.
And then the expectation from your seed.
Okay. Yeah. So my name is Paul Orengo, Chief of Party. My name is Paul Orengo, USAID, Chief of Party of USAID Western Kenya Sanitation Project. This afternoon we've released a grant of amounting to about 120 million Kenya shillings to 10 grantees, specifically to help in addressing and entrenching market-based sanitation and menstrual hygiene management in 8 counties within western part of western region in Kenya. Now, it is our desire that this grant that we've released goes a long way in extending the support towards the market system strengthening on sanitation and menstrual hygiene, but most importantly in also breaking the barriers, the socio-cultural barriers and norms around menstrual health management, otherwise called period shame. We also hope to address systemic challenges around sanitation, and you may appreciate the recent cholera outbreaks in some of those counties. Well, even as we give these grants, we appreciate that some of those partners that we've released the monies to are nascent, small organizations, local grassroots organizations. But we shall provide technical support to ensure that those monies goes into the best use. We do, however, want to give a message to those partners that the viability and bankability of the small little projects they are going to undertake becomes very, very important for us in terms of scoring how they will perform over the next 12 months. And that, of course, comes with performance accountability, which we shall provide technical assistance to them to ensure that the implementation of the activities within the budgets provided goes on smoothly. Thank you so much.
So, what next for those who did not
Now, for those, we believe everybody was a winner, even for those who did not get the awards. First, because they had the opportunity to showcase their innovations and new tools, but secondly, because we do acknowledge their interest, and in the next wave of grant and hackathon opportunity, we shall still cycle back to them. We've been able to point to them some of the weak links that did not make their innovations really cutting edge, and we hope that they will be able to reflect on the feedback that has been provided by the judges to improve on those weak areas or weak links, so that in the next phase they can also be onboarded. We would have been happy to probably onboard all the 15 if only all the innovations were cutting edge. But like I said, everybody is a winner, and we look forward to working with them even in other capacities. Thank you so much.
Have shown previously that they play a very major role in market-based approaches, and this has been seen by many other sectors that they have been able to be involved in and provide relevant tailor-made finance.
I'm Vera Diambo from SunnyWise Technologies. This is a youth-based organization. It's a social enterprise based on the informal settlements of Kisumu. Our focus as a group is to come up with sanitation technologies that are affordable, user-friendly, and that are ecologically suitable. As a team, we are professionals who have been raised and been staying in the informal settlement of Kisumu. We are so happy for the Western Kenya Sanitation Block for giving us an opportunity to implement and contribute to addressing the sanitation challenge in the informal settlement by tailoring locally available solutions. So we are happy, and we hope that it will go a long way to address the challenges.
What is your innovation?
Yeah, our innovation is bioconversion black soja dependent UDDT. It's called urine diverting toilet. It is made up of recycled plastic for the superstructure, and this toilet is using a technology that is able to convert human waste into a rich organic manure and also give us another source of revenue by harvesting the larval biomass from the toilet. Yes.
Exercise that has been done, WKSP has mapped out potential customers for these financial institutions. We have identified households, we have identified artisans, as well as enterprises that are involved in sanitation and menstrual hygiene management. And most of them have got very good business models that can be funded. So these enterprises have been trained, artisans have been trained, and have been linked to various market mechanisms that enables them to be financially sustainable. And by so doing, if they interact with the financial institutions and be able to take a loan, then we are almost certain that they'll repay their loans with very little challenges, because they have been linked to the entire market network. If they are suppliers, we have linked them with the various suppliers of sanitation products, and they understand these products, and they have also been linked to customer segments, and they can enter into contracts with these customers and ensure that if payments come through, then we can design mechanisms where these payments can flow through the financial institutions. WKSP, on the other hand, is also looking at various mechanisms on how these financial institutions can be supported. From the scoping exercise, some of them indicated that they have got challenges on liquidity. Others are looking for de-risking mechanism, for example, having relevant guarantees in place. And others are looking for support in product development. So we'll discuss with each and every financial institution to be able to see what kind of support that can be offered by WKSP. And together, we can work towards making this sector a vibrant sector. Western Kenya Sanitation Project is a USAID funded project running for 5 years from 2022 to 2027, with the aims of creating a financially sustainable, replicable, and locally owned marketplace in sanitation and menstrual hygiene management. The objectives of this project are, number one, to increase the access and uptake of sanitation products as well as the fecal sludge management products. Number two is to increase the uptake and access of menstrual hygiene management products. And number three is to support in creating an enabling environment. And this one includes the policy support with the relevant local and also international government to be able to support the enabling environment that would ensure that there is increase to menstrual hygiene management products and sanitation as well. Under access to finance, the project is looking for financial institutions as key partners. Basically because sanitation and menstrual hygiene management is one area that has been has seen little funding from the financiers because of the challenges that they have faced to approach the product development in this area. So WKSP has been working in trying to create a transformative and innovative market in sanitation products and linking this market with the relevant financiers. And this market, I mean basically the households, entrepreneurs, and manufacturers of these products. Then, once we have supported them in product development and helping them on how they can market for their products and be able to come up with relevant product offerings, we link them with the financial institutions.